If you've ever been ready to decompress after a pretty busy week, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Also, I guess we're lucky it's Friday because it's almost at decompression time. But first day of the month, we got some red arrows facing us here today. Do we close green or do we have more downside? That's what we're going to look at today. Got a whole bunch of stuff to go over. Had more big earnings from last night. Apple holding higher here today. Amazon lower. I guess that's maybe not expected. But in any case, we got a lot of stuff to go over. We got Mark Petrino here today. We're going to have Anne Marie here today. And as you know, it is a Friday fun day. So we're going to go ahead and get it rocking. Benzinga's pre-market playbook for Friday, August 1st, starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, everybody. I hope that you all had a wonderful Thursday evening. I hope that you enjoyed the football game, even though it was the Hall of Fame game. It was all backups. It was still football. Lions got smoked, but the result doesn't matter. I'm just glad it is back. And now we wait for next week to have some more games. Okay. Nice to see everybody. Zach McCracken, first here today. Zach getting it done here on a Friday. Zach, I bet you're ready to get going here. In a sea of blood, search for the lighthouse. I like it, Zach. We're going to search for that lighthouse here today. We'll see what we can end up getting here. Good to see you, my man. Good morning. Peter, welcome back. Good morning. Hopefully all is well out there in Colorado. C-Dub, good morning. Let's all have a great day. We're going to do our absolute best to have a great day here today. I will say, personally, every time I have an opportunity to hang out with y'all folks, I end up having a great day. I end up leaving this smiling, and I attribute a lot of that to the folks here in the show. You guys put smiles on my faces every single day. It's pretty awesome. Hopefully I'm able to repay that favor. Blazed Rhino, good morning. I'll give you a thumbs up. It's Friday. Thumbs up Friday. Let's go. Where are we going? I know, Zach, you're probably waiting for this. Where are we going for dinner tonight? What are we doing on Friday? Yassine, good morning. Welcome back. Day Trader, locked in. Good morning and welcome back. How about that Figma IPO yesterday, folks? Even I scalped it. Had to wait for a little bit. Had to be pretty patient. Definitely felt some FOMO, but ended up scalping it for lunch money. Sunkissed Yogi, good morning. Welcome back. Good to see you. Florida Yacht Insurance Guy, buying time. Time's expensive. Let me know how that goes. Another great morning to y'all and one to you. Welcome back. Dave, Big Dave, good morning. Nice to see you again. Pete, good morning. Welcome back. Knights Lance, good morning. August is here. Trey Lance was here yesterday. I don't think your name refers to that, but in any case, had an all right day yesterday. Day Trader, too bad I wasn't actually given more shares. I only got one of 50 shares that I committed to, but I see Robinhood users got a similar ratio too. Day Trader, I don't know if you were still around. I know you probably had work, so you might not have been around. But as we got closer to the IPO, several of the chat members here were also saying what they got allocated when they tried to commit for the IPO through their broker. And I don't think there was anyone in this show, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there was anyone in this show that got more than one share of Figma. And I think then also that just kind of shows how people were kind of waiting for this. And then the price action for Figma really kind of confirmed that, I would say. I'm curious to get your folks' opinion on that, though. And what's the next trade here for Figma? That's what I'm thinking. I talked a little bit about that quiet period, that 30-day quiet period. And maybe you get a pop after that. But Figma, just no chill. No chill. Just came in towards 100, didn't even print 100. That was actually my trigger, the fact that it held 100 after opening above 100. But let me know what the trade is going forward. That's what I think I'm the most curious about. Rooster, good morning. How did C-Dub's asking, how did you like the virtual first down? So I got to see it a couple more times. I like the technology. It very much reminds me of the, what do they call it? The eagle eye or whatever in tennis, which calls balls out versus in. It happened really quick. So I kind of like the execution of it. But I'm pretty sure yesterday they showed the virtual mark and then they had the camera on the ball and the first down marker, and it looked a little bit different to me. So let me get a bigger sample size before I commit to an answer. On the surface and in principle, I do like it. I do like it. Where it's 2025, why are we measuring first downs with chains? I liked it on the surface. Let's get some more data. Dermo, good morning. Welcome back. Chris Lefrancois. I love that name, Chris. Welcome back. Good morning. Lambo Rolls. I love that name too. Good morning. Welcome back. Is it a Urus? Is it an Aventador? Let me know. Feelings mutual. Okay. Well, we need some more data, but thankfully that was only the first preseason game. We're going to get a lot more of that here coming up. Shanlu Trading. Good morning. Jane, dinner at the winery today. Okay. Jane's winning today already. It's 8 o'clock in the morning and Jane's already winning. That's good stuff. White Chocolate Mocha. Good morning. Welcome back. J20 Beast. Good morning. Good to see you. C Boogie. Welcome back. Kevin. Welcome back. Big Bees, good morning. Good to have you here. Welcome back. Beth Dutton Steady. Lunch money adds up. Yeah, so it really does. It really does. And as I've told you before, day trading, not my primary way of trading. I do it every day because I want to get better at it. And there's opportunities every day. But even small gains add up as long as you're not taking the big losses. Unfortunately, some of my swings are down and kind of offsetting that, but that's another story. Empyrean, good morning. Welcome back. Brian, good morning. Welcome back. Rita, good morning. Pat, what's going on, Pat? Good morning. It's good to see you. Hoot, by the way, Pat here, an awesome supporter of Benzinga, one of our chat mods, just an absolutely awesome guy. So welcome, Pat. Hoot, good morning. Welcome back. Wellionaire Kryptonaire. Welcome back. How did you do on Fig? Let's go, Fig. I'm guessing pretty well based on that reaction. Brandy, good morning. It's good to see you. Mew Life. A lot of people only got one share. That's what I'm thinking. And I also think that basically what happened here is that there was just so much anticipation for that particular IPO. And I also suspect that kind of built a little bit later, which is why the offering size was the way it was. And then priced between 30 and 32, opening price looking to be 33, and then the actual opening price over 100, triple. I think that that's all related there. So I don't think anyone that got one share should really feel bad about that, to be quite honest. Fig went absolutely wild. Might go wild again here today. We're going to check on it. Rich Judge, welcome back, Judge. Cad Monkey, good morning. Welcome back. Sideshow, good morning. Welcome back. Quantum, welcome back. Sassy Butterfly Chick, welcome back. Tom, welcome back. Crimp Biscuit, welcome back. I had Lambo Roll says, I had several Aventadors. Okay. If you're ever bored with one of those, you can just let me know. Have it shipped up here. We'll take care of that. Kerching, welcome back. Austin, good morning. Welcome back. 3D, good morning. Welcome back. Buenos dias, 3D. Gunny Johnson, good morning. Welcome back. And Jay Grant, good morning. Okay. Great to see a whole bunch of folks. I hope y'all are having a good Friday morning, and hopefully we have an even better Friday here and close the week out strong. That's what I'm going for. Kevin, looks like you also only got one share, Fig. That seems to be common. That seems to be the case for most of us retail folks. And why not? Good morning. It's great to see you. Okay, let's go ahead and start with the SPY here. Then we'll go into some of that news. Obviously, market pulling back here on the backs of tariff day. We did get some more announcements. We're going to cover that here in the news. But starting with the chart here, what I've been saying that I want to see is, do we hold the 20-day? Now, so far, we've actually gapped through the 20-day. But let's see where this closes here today. The way I'm looking at this chart is I think one of two things is going to happen. Now, when I think one of two things is going to happen, generally something else happens and I look like a fool. We'll see if that's the case again here. But the two things that I'm looking at here today, the two, I guess you could call them benchmarks if you want. We're lower here today. Okay. S&P futures here down 0.9, almost down 1% here in the pre-market. This is going to be a gap down. My question, or what I'm waiting out here is, do we actually recapture this 20? Because if we recapture the 20-day, I wouldn't be surprised if we had another move like when we bounced off the 20-day back at the end of June here. But I don't think that that's a guarantee, and especially given some of like the increased selling and the rollover that we've seen. So if we cannot capture the 20-day, or better still, if we test 628.5 to the upside, fail, and come back in, to me, that absolutely sets up a move down to this 613, 611 area as the next test of lower support. That's going to be your 50-day moving average, and that's also going to be that all-time high that we watched for a long time on the recovery from the Liberation Day tariff pullback and bounce. So to me, is pretty clear here today. Actually makes it pretty easy. I hesitate to say that because, again, I don't want to be made to look like an idiot in 4 hours from now or 8 hours from now. But can we recapture the 20? If so, do we actually push back up towards the highs? And if we back test that 20 and can't get over it, I really do think that sets up a move down to maybe 611-ish, right near where that 50-day is. Once we get down there, we can determine where we're going to go next and come up with some new levels. This is pretty much what I see in the SPY chart. Would love to see how you folks are trading this here today. What is it that you're looking for? Do you have key levels? Are you taking a new position? Did you have a position yesterday in the market that you're just kind of looking to either close or maybe trim as it moves in your favor here today? Let me know how y'all folks are handling this. Okay, let's see. Who did I miss here? James, good morning. Welcome back. Kamal, good morning. Can anyone explain what's with 8 a.m. volume sudden increase? So you're talking volume in the market, right? Kamal, I can absolutely explain that. A lot of brokers do not allow pre-market trading until the 8 a.m. hour. This is going to be broker specific. I don't know which ones have earlier and which ones have later. I'm pretty sure that Schwab, or at least when they were TD Ameritrade, they opened at 8. So I think what you're seeing there is all of a sudden, retail traders are able to trade in the pre-market session, and you see a volume increase in those candles. That would be my suspicion. Good morning, Buffalo by Bicycle, Kayla, Bobby, Big Bear Hug, and Tyler. Okay, let's go ahead and break down some of the news here today. Despite a week of positive earnings, the sentiment on Wall Street was subdued as today marks the hard deadline for countries that haven't yet signed a trade deal with the U.S. to start paying the tariffs. We call this Tariff Day. Meanwhile, President Trump has launched a sweeping new round of tariffs on 69 countries, intensifying a global trade standoff and escalating tensions over fentanyl, national security, and China. Goods from Brazil will face a 50% tariff, while India, Taiwan, and Switzerland are among others hit with new rates between 20 and 39%. The baseline 10% tariff will apply to all nations not listed in the annex. One of the most severe penalties was aimed at Canada, with tariffs on many goods rising from 25% to 35% over what Trump described as Ottawa's, quote, failure to cooperate, end quote, on combating fentanyl flows into the U.S. Quick look at the Treasury market, the 10-year bond yielding 4.38, so still under the 4.5 key level that we want to see, and the 2-year bond yielding 3.94. Both of those did tick up a little bit. Now, moving on to some insights here from the analyst, Ed Yardini of Yardini Research highlighted that the April 2 Liberation Day reciprocal tariffs were postponed on April 9th to July 9th, and again to August 1st. He said that Thursday's sell-off on mostly good news suggests that investors and traders might be starting to take profits before going on their August vacations. And this sets up exactly why that 20-day moving average that I just talked about is going to be so important. Was this a little bit of profit taking and maybe we recapture the 20, or was this the start of a new downtrend? And if it is the start of a new downtrend, we should be able to derive some targets from the SPY chart. Quote, they might also be betting that September could be a weak month for stocks, as it often has been in the past. And shout out to our group. We've been covering the seasonality here for quite some time. A lot of our guests have been talking about that as well. So while we anticipate more of a sideways market here in August, we do kind of anticipate a negative return in September, with the market potentially bottoming in October. So does this set up for kind of a wishy-washy or even poor next 2 months? I think that's what everyone is looking at. Personally. On the tariff front, Yardini added that Trump seems intent on using them as revenue-raising and foreign policy tool. However, the courts might soon rule that it doesn't have the legal authority to impose them in the first place. Now, we'll see how this shakes out here. My personal view on this is that the courts are not going to stop it. That's just a bunch of noise. We'll see if that's the case. Quote, sure, reciprocal tariffs will be imposed on all American trading partners today, but that doesn't mean that they won't be changed again. Meanwhile, Louis Navalier of Navalier and Associates highlighted that, quote, just based on the commitments that the EU, Japan, and South Korea have made, a cumulative $1.5 trillion of onshoring has been promised. So the Trump administration has secured over $10 trillion in onshoring. So 5% annual GDP growth is becoming more likely in the next few years. Talking about the PCE report, Kathy Jones, chief fixed income strategist at Schwab, said, quote, looking at today's numbers, the Fed can say that there isn't yet enough evidence to warrant a rate cut. And this is kind of why we're all thinking, hey, how many are we going to get? Is it going to be September and December, or do we not get one in September now and maybe just one in September, or do we get none this year? Still kind of a lot of ambiguity on that note. And I'm sure we're going to watch the CME Fed tool to see how those percentages change. Meanwhile, Chris Zaccarelli, the CIO of Northern Asset Management, said boom times are back, at least for now, as GDP is running at 3%, unemployment is low, and inflation remains in check. As with so many things in the economy, the situation is very fluid and have yet to see the full impact of tariffs following through to inflation. The Fed is on hold, but has a bias to cut rates, and tech firms blowing out their earnings reports, so the market is poised to keep climbing. Again, this also plays into our 20-day moving average. We really want to know what happens here, and I think today might be an important day. Generally speaking, when we talk about these moving averages, we talk about having 3 closes below or 3 closes above before determining if that's going to be firmed up support or resistance. So I'm sure we'll take the same approach here. But today, day one, and we'll see how it shakes out. Talking about its impact on stock markets, he added, quote, while we remain concerned about elevated valuations, we understand that they are a necessary but not sufficient cause for markets to pull back. We are priced for perfection, as they say, and that is a risk, but one that will likely be ignored by the market as long as corporate profits are still growing. So again, a lot to see or a lot to watch to see how it shakes out here. Again, we kind of set the table here for you today. Now, as far as some of those tariffs here, let's break that down a little bit more. President Trump has launched sweeping new round of tariffs on the 69 countries, intensifying a global trade standoff and escalating tensions over fentanyl, national security, and China. Canada hit with the 35% tariffs, as we were just talking about. Just before a major trade deadline on Friday, Trump signed an executive order imposing new U.S. import duties ranging from 10 to 41% on a dozen trading partners. One of the most severe penalties was aimed at Canada, with the tariff on many goods rising from 25 to 35%. Brazil will face a 50% tariff. India, Taiwan, and Switzerland are among others hit between 20 and 39%, the baseline tariff, which we already talked about. Negotiations with India broke down over agricultural access to Russian oil ties, with Trump threatening further penalties. Very, very clearly, we can see that the tariffs are still being used, even now, as negotiation tools. We do not expect that to end. Some trading partners have failed to align, quote, sufficiently with the United States on economic and national security matters, end quote, Trump said in his order. Now, Mexico, they secured a 90-day reprieve after the Trump Sheinbaum call, both of them saying that call went well. Mexico, in contrast, secured a 90-day reprieve from the threatened 30% tariff after a phone call between Trump and President Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. Quote, we avoided the tariff increase announced for tomorrow. South Korea accepts their tariffs. China still has time. Trump has also announced a deal with South Korea, which accepted a 15% tariff on exports and pledged $350 billion to U.S. investments. Meanwhile, China has until August 2nd to finalize long-term tariff deal with the Trump administration, following earlier preliminary agreements made in May and June aimed at resolving the ongoing tariff standoff and preventing a halt in rare earth mineral exports. That's going to be one of the sticky things about that. Now, we talked a little bit about some of those legal issues that these still have to go through. Trump cited the 1977 International Emergency Economic Powers Act to justify declaring a national emergency tied to the expanding U.S. trade deficit, enabling him to implement reciprocal tariffs and address a separate fentanyl-related crisis. However, in May, the Court of International Trade rules that these measures exceeded his executive powers. During a hearing in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit Court of Washington, judges expressed continued doubt about the legality of these actions. We'll see how that shakes out here. Consumer prices are already climbing amid tariff fallout. The tariffs, could significantly raise the cost of imported goods on American consumers. Commerce Department data released on Thursday already showed price spikes for furniture, electronics, and apparel. Several companies that have reported earnings have also commented that they actually have not seen an increase in prices. So we'll see how all of that shakes out. The move also risks straining diplomatic ties with major allies and escalating ongoing legal and geopolitical battles. Doom and gloom. Doom and gloom. All right. Now, let's talk about Friday's job data, which we are currently waiting for here. Friday's job data could unleash a dollar short squeeze not seen in decades. At the start of July, the dollar was left for dead. Fresh off the worst half-year performance since 1991 and facing a barrage of bearish bets, the U.S. currency looked set to fall deeper amid fears of President Trump's tariffs and the tariff boogeyman. Just in a few short weeks, the greenback has done a stunning rebound. And now with one key data point left this week, it faces a setup that could spark a historical short squeeze. Anyone playing this? Anyone looking at this, by the way? I know we don't often talk about the dollar. I'm not sure how many Forex traders we have, if any, frankly. Just wondering if anyone's actually trading this. At the end of June, net speculative positions in U.S. dollar index futures had collapsed to just 6,034 contracts. That's the lowest level since March of 2021, after a sharp unwinding of over 16,800 in late March. It was the clearest sign yet that traders were convinced the greenback was heading lower, but the tide turned in dramatic fashion. A combination of stronger than expected inflation, a hawkish Fed pause, resilient labor data, and perceived trade advantages from the latest US-EU deal ignited a surge in the greenback. This week alone, the U.S. dollar index, as tracked by Invesco's DBUSD Index Bullish Fund ETF, ticker UUP, jumped 2.4% on pace for its best weekly performance since September of 2022. The greenback also rallied for 5 straight sessions, putting July on track to be the first positive month of 2025. Now, all eyes are going to be on the jobs report here. The question is whether Friday's non-farm payroll data will add fuel to the rally. Wall Street expects July's report to be soft. Now, I'm going to cover that as soon as that data is out. I'm sure the producer will help me with it, but we'll make sure we get you those prints as soon as they are released here. Economists expect payrolls to slow from 147,000 in May to 110,000 in June, largely due to a pullback in government jobs. The unemployment rate is forecasted to increase from 4.1 to 4.2%, while average hourly earnings are expected to rise by 0.3 months over month and 3.8% year over year. But the risks lean in one direction, a positive surprise. Bank of America economist Shruti Mishra, I hope I got her name right there, expects just 60,000 new jobs, but sees private payrolls rebounding to 85,000. Goldman Sachs' Ronnie Walker estimates 100,000 new jobs, roughly in line with consensus. Yet he also flagged a potential revision lower to the June numbers, citing distortions in the education section. Set up for a short squeeze. We're going to see if the official number exceeds expectations, particularly on wages and private sector jobs. The market reaction could be explosive as short sellers could find themselves scrambling to cover. This is one of the reasons why I was asking if any of you folks are doing this. The positioning, oh, you got to be kidding me, webpage. The positioning still skewed towards weakness. Even a modest upside surprise might be enough to drive the dollar higher into early August, a month known for thin liquidity and sharp swings. August has historically been one of the most volatile months for markets. The S&P 500 index has an average 0.5% or 0.56 last 30 years in August, and performance in the first year of the presidential term has been even worse, down 1.38% on average. Friday's jobs report isn't just about employment figures. It could rewrite the greenback's 2025 narrative and send shockwaves across currencies, commodities, and equity markets. So I hope y'all are ready, because we are getting that data print here, I think, in 7 minutes. Producer, keep your eyes on some of that just to make sure we don't miss that. Beth is saying, Ryan, you got to tell us to smash the like button so the iPhone upgrade cycle can finally begin. Okay, Beth. Well, you just helped me do that. Smash that like button so we can get the iPhone upgrade cycle to finally begin. But also, it's a very free way to support us. Really appreciate it. Doesn't cost you anything. Smash up that like and subscribe. Okay. Born to be free. You know it, man. But it is what it is. It is what it is. And it actually makes for a fairly interesting market for us to trade. Now, let's see. We do have some time, so let's dive into Apple. I'm actually going to start with the Apple chart here. Let's take a look. Someone call Katie Stockton because we are still waiting for this potential 215 break, right? We've got the top end of this triangle here. If you zoom out here, you can see there is kind of a series of higher lows here, although it is kind of flattening out from the Liberation Day low. But this 215 area still looks like a potential breakout target here for Apple. Apple's had a weak, rough couple of days here, but trading higher following a better than expected earnings report last night. Now, option sellers still won this print. Apple only up 1.77%. Really, the key here today is, do we get any type of carry through here today? If we look at where we're sitting, yes, of course, we're under the 200, but more immediately, we're under that 215 breakout level that we really want to get above. We're being supported, at least so far, by the 100, the 50, and the 500, which are all converging here in between 204, 205, and 206. So we're currently at 211. I would say your key areas here on Apple to the downside represent these moving average values from your daily chart. We'll see what happens intraday. Move if it starts to find support or violate any of the pre-market levels, we can make an assumption or make a judgment based on that. But as far as kind of setting up for this trade, again, 215 going to be a breakout spot here on Apple. 221.5 is going to be your 200 day. I would be entirely unsurprised if we found any type of resistance up there. Kind of expect it, but if we're able to move through that, giddy up. 233 going to be your next target on Apple if that ends up happening. Now let's actually dive into the report here. Okay, Q3 earnings. Apple reported fiscal third quarter revenue of $94 billion, beating analyst estimates of $89.04 billion. The iPhone maker reported third quarter earnings revenue of $157 per share, which beat the analyst estimate of $142 per share. Total revenue was up 10% year over year, and earnings per share climbed 12% year over year. America sales totaled $41.2 billion in the quarter. Europe sales came in at $24.01 billion. Greater China sales were approximately $15.37 billion, and Japan sales totaled $5.78 billion. The rest of Asia Pacific, $7.67 billion. Apple noted that its active install base of devices once again reached a new all-time high across all products and geographic segments. The company attributed the growth to high levels of consumer satisfaction and loyalty. This is a key point because the big thing that our group of traders, not just our group, but many traders have been focusing on here is that Apple doesn't really seem to be innovating anymore. But as Markets in Mayhem has said with us before, one of the things that they're doing exceptionally well is financial engineering. That is being bolstered by an extreme loyalty to the ecosystem, and we're still seeing positive numbers in all of these segments. Product revenue came in at $66.61 billion. That's up from $61.5 billion year over year. Services revenue totaled $27.42 billion. That's up from $24.21 billion year over year. And then the product categories are as follows. iPhone, $44.5 billion versus $39.3 billion last year. Mac, $8.05 billion versus $7.01 billion last year. Pete, if you're out there still, let me know if you have any updated impressions on that new OS that you're beta testing. I still really want to get my hands on that, but I don't have that beta package or whatever you talked about. So let me know if you have any new feedback on that. I'm just interested personally for that. iPad, $6.58 billion versus $7.16 billion. So a little bit of a decline there. And wearables, home and accessories, $7.4 versus $8.1 billion. The watch going to be the big wearable there. We've talked a lot about the Vision Pro and what a flop that was and how Meta's really eating their lunch on that. Looks like that's still continuing. Quote, today, Apple is proud to report a June quarter revenue with double-digit growth in iPhone, Mac, and services and growth around the world in every geographic segment. That came from Tim Cook. At the Worldwide Developers Conference 25, we are excited to introduce beautiful new software design that extends across all of our platforms, and we announced even more great Apple Intelligence features. Now, he did not specify which great features those were. I'm still looking for them. Still looking for them. If any of you have tips, I'm all ears. Apple ended the quarter with $36.27 billion in cash and cash equivalents. The company's board declared a quarterly cash dividend of 26 cents per share payable on August 14th. And then they had their earnings call later in the day. So I do want to know, how's everyone trading Big Mama here? Do we still like Apple? Is it still best in breed? Are we kind of running for the hills? Do we think we break out from that 215 spot and maybe challenge that 233 spot on the chart? That would actually make a pretty decent swing trade. Let me know what you folks think on Apple. Okay, I tried to time that perfectly, and it looks like I got within 26 seconds before we get the actual data here. So we are going to go back over to that non-farm payroll data, which we are expecting right about now. See what happens here with the market. Initial move there, S&P. Oh, I have to share the right screen, don't I? S&P futures first move there was down, then it bounced a little. Now it looks like it's trying to settle. Let me go ahead and give you that print. Non-farm payrolls, July, 73,000 versus the 106,000 estimate. That number coming in weaker there. U.S. unemployment rate for July, 4.2 versus the 4.2 estimate. So in line on that. Now S&P futures continuing to tick down here, but not yet violating the pre-market low so far. S&P futures here 6309 on the head, and it looks like right now it's trying to turn positive. We shall see. Now looking across there, Tyler's saying a lot of stuff just ticked lower. Looking across the board here, Amazon flat, Apple down a little bit, Bitcoin up, and the VIX holding here at 18.6. So one of the other things that we had talked about recently is, when is the VIX going to actually bounce? We talked about that 12 to 13 area being pretty much the dead bottom. Looks like this has bounced from 15, holding here in an 18 handle. High print from this morning, 1945. So we'll see if the VIX kicks up even more here. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So this was another one here. U.S. participation rate for July, 62.2 versus the 62.3 prior reads. That's down only 1/10. And then the private non-farm payrolls for July, 83K versus the 103K estimate. Actually, wasn't that right in line with one of those that we saw from the story there? Let me see if I can. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that real quick. Pretty sure that was exactly what the number was that we were talking about. It's in the market update story. Let me see if I can find it here. Pretty sure that was right in line with the, I can't find it, and I don't want to waste time going through this article, but I'm pretty sure that was right in line with what we just talked about. Really good prediction there. I wish I would have remembered it. I would have cited that person. Anyway, there is our data here. And now that we've given it a minute, S&P futures a little bit lower, but again, not pounding that low and has not violated the pre-market low. So maybe it will hang in there. Rocket Companies, which also reported earnings, interestingly enough, that's ticking up here in the pre-market. Knights Lance says, I'm selling Apple this morning short term and wait for momentum to get back in. Apple is up in the pre-market. Okay, so are you watching for that 215 break to the upside? Let me know on that. Okay, it's Friday. We're going to have a fun day. That means it's Mark Petrino Day. So let's go ahead, bring him on, see how he's doing here today. Mark, good morning. Happy Friday. How you doing, my man?
Hello, Ryan. I'm doing very well. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. Actually, just before I was about to bring you on, literally when I clicked the little thing, I live next to a golf course, and I just heard someone yell the F word, likely because he sliced into the woods here. But that makes me know that the weekend is here soon, and I'm going to be on the golf course there soon. So I'm doing really well. We just got our data print here for this morning. Market's a little bit lower, but we're going to make the best out of today.
Yeah, well, at least he yelled for. A lot of people don't do that, you know?
Yeah, well, it wasn't that F word. It was the other one.
Oh, okay.
Funny story about that, though. I actually saw the first person that I've ever seen get hit on a golf course with a ball. One of my buddies was minding his own business. Some dude on the tee had a terrible shot, did not yell for, as you said, and he got pelted right in the leg and went down like a sack of bricks.
Really? So, yeah, wow.
First time I've ever seen that. He got a glove and a sleeve of balls for free. You tell me if it's worth it.
Well,
okay. Mark, do you want to share your charts here today? Do you have anything you want to go over?
I was playing one time and one of my friends got pelted by a ball right in the forehead.
The forehead?
Yeah.
Wow, pelted in the head. That must have been terrible.
And what's kind of, funny in a morbid way is one of the guys I was playing with was a doctor. And he looks at my friend. He's got a big, welt on his forehead. He's like, boy, you got to go see a doctor.
But what are you doing here, bro? That's actually pretty funny. Okay, what do you got for us?
Well, I just think this is a good example that markets go down too, and people seem to forget that in a bull market. And, people are saying, well, it's because of the tariffs, or it's because of taxes, or it's because of this or that. I think it's just, it's just a normal market correction or profit taking. Anytime the market's come this far, this is the S&P here,
Mhm.
you could see something like this. Now, my guess is that we go to right down here about 620, which is about another maybe 80 basis points. But just think about this, right? So from yesterday's high, let's just say we get to 620. That's a 2.8% correction. We had a correction of 3% back here in May, which was kind of hard to remember at this point. So I just think this is normal, healthy action. Yesterday we had our classic bearish engulfing pattern where it looked like it was going to be another up day in the morning. So
Yep.
on these red rectangles, these candlesticks, the red ones, the top of it is the opening price and the bottom is the closing price. So yesterday we opened up here and we closed here. So it looked like the bulls were in control. It looked like this uptrend was going to continue, but by the close, the bears took over. So importantly, we went right through the prior day's open and close. There's most trading takes place on the open and close, so there tends to be a little bit of support there. So the fact that we could just blast right through it shows that the sellers are pretty aggressive. So this morning we're down there. I don't know. I mean, I think it's just normal action. One of the things I wrote about in Stock of the Day yesterday. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about SoFi. I think so. I did
Oh,
write about.
perfect. There are a number of folks in here that are trading SoFi. That was a busy one yesterday. That is perfect timing.
So what happens is this, right? There's this old saying on Wall Street: buy on the rumor, sell on the news, and that's pretty much exactly what happened here. The company reported these amazing numbers. I mean, they were absolutely just incredible, and how strong the company is growing. And yet the stock reversed and it sold off. Now, what happens is it's so widely anticipated that these numbers are going to be good and it's going to be a catalyst for the stock to go higher, that people that want to buy it do so before the earnings come out. And when the earnings come out, no one is left to buy. The market has effectively run out of buyers. And at that point, it can only go down. So we opened here, we got the earnings, we got all the way up here, we made this reversal. Importantly, notice how we sold off. Where did we find a bottom? Right at the prior bottom, right? That's not a coincidence. Also, another thing to notice here, too, is this is a really good example of market memory. Look at where the highs were, right? Well,
Yep.
pretty much right at 25. If we go back to June of 21 and November of 21. Look at that. So we found our prices, or we found a top right at the same level, right? Just like last week, we talked about this open door technologies. It goes into this massive rally, and where does it find resistance? The
And
same.
boy, by the way, Mark, I know you won't because you're a professional, but what a call this was. I believe the last time we talked about this, you said, I think it's going to find resistance up here and move lower. Look at the stock now.
Well, yeah. Well, what happens is people buy at the very top, and then the price goes down. And I'm sure a lot of people that are listening to me right now can identify with this, because everyone everyone can. You buy something and it goes down, and then you say, "Oh man, this sucks. I'm going to hold on to this loser, and if I could ever get out of it at break even, then I'm going to." So they hold on to it, and when it finally gets back up to that level, they place sell orders. And if you have enough remorseful buyers placing sell orders, it can create resistance at the level again. So a lot of times you got to just kind of shut out the noise and the news and so forth and just watch the market. I mean, it's a very simple thing. When markets get overbought and get to resistance, they tend to sell off. When markets get oversold and get to support, they tend to rebound. I mean, it's not a guarantee,
Yep.
but it's a good way to look for effective trading strategies. You can use Benzinga Pro to screen for stuff that's overbought or oversold. And it's hard to screen for support and resistance because even though sometimes it looks so clear, it is a it's really someone's just opinion, and it's not like a moving average where it's a number. 100 people can look at the same chart and they'll see 100 different things. And if you think about it, everyone has access to the same information. But every trade, there are two people with opposite opinions. One
Yep.
is a buyer and one is a seller, and it's really kind of just remarkable. Another thing I wrote about this week was Boeing, which is kind of a uh, similar thing, but there's a really interesting going on here when we talk about these price levels. So, what was the high on whatever day this was? Tuesday. The high was $242.60. We talked about this before, right? The stock gapped down. Now, when the stock gaps down, a lot of times the people who bought right here, they experience buyer's remorse and they say, gee, if this ever gets back to my level, I'm going to get out at break even. So this is a year and a half ago. The low trade was at 243. So we're talking 40 cents on a $240 security. And it just shows you how precise some of these levels can be. But this is another buy on the rumor, sell on the news kind of a thing. So they reported, the stock rallied. This is your bearish engulfing pattern, which we just talked about with the S&P. In other words, in the morning, it looked like it was going to be another up day. It looked like the uptrend was going to continue. But by the close, the sellers knocked it all the way down. Now we've gotten down to here, and I'm looking at this now for a potential reversal on the upside, because a lot of times in markets, when you get to the level that had been resistance before, it can become support. This is seller's remorse. People sell there, and when the price goes higher, they regret doing so. And they're like, oh, if I could buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So there's a good chance there's going to be some support here. I don't know if we're going to see any kind of a significant bounce because of the market, but if the S&P gets to 620 and it rebounds and this kind of holds here around 217, I think there's going to be a trade here on the upside.
Okay.
So that's pretty interesting.
Indeed, it is. And, your breakdown there on SPY, that's pretty good there. I was taking a look. I was saying that, I want to see what happens around the 20-day moving average. I know we're kind of going to gap beneath that right now, but that value at 628.56. So you were talking about how, these stocks go back to these spots that it were at before, and it's really, really remarkable. And you also mentioned how 100 traders can look at the same chart and see 100 different things. This is one of the reasons why I look for multiple closes above or below that level, because I feel like that kind of averages it out. So to me, for today, 628.57 or thereabouts is going to be a pretty important level. We'll see. I also have 613 and 611 beneath that as possible support levels. So I think you had 620 in there, which is about halfway between that. So pretty interesting. We got a number of key levels for you folks to watch here today.
Yeah, and again, this is just I mean, I know it kind of sucks that the market's going down, but I just think this is just normal action. Markets go down too. People a lot of times people get confused about things. SoFi is a perfect example. It reports these great numbers, and the stock goes lower. So I think the mistake a lot of people make, especially newer traders, is they tend to think that the stock and the fundamentals are this like perfect correlation.
Mhm.
If a company is doing well, they don't understand why the stock can go down. But the vast majority of trading, probably like 70, 80, 90% of trading, is either day traders, swing traders, or high frequency traders, people that have a short term outlook. So these people don't care where the stock is going to be in 2 or 3 years. I mean, I would say that I'm a day trader slash swing trader. I don't care where the stock's going to be in 2 or 3 years. I mean, I hope it's up, but I'm more thinking like, where is this thing going to be in 3 days? So there's a total disconnect a lot of times between the fundamentals and the price action that occurs in markets. So I think that's just something to kind of think about, right? We have to understand that trading is not finance, right? It's not math, it's not chess. Trading is psychology. It's like a poker game. If you're playing chess against someone, first of all, you can see where all their pieces are, but it's very logical. The pieces always move the same direction. The rook always moves the same way, the knight always moves the same way. Trading is more like poker, because a big part of poker, well, the main part of poker probably, is managing your emotions, right? I mean, there's you have to understand drawdowns, you have to understand risk management, but it's psychology. That's what drives markets, and that's why people lose money. I hear the same thing from people that come to me that say they're not doing well. they overtrade. They feel
Yep.
like they always got to be in the market. They have the fear of missing out. They guess. They get ideas from their friends. They come up with these great plans that work on paper, but they don't stick to them. So remember, this is psychology. That's what moves stuff around in the short term. Old Dominion had was pretty interesting. This is another thing I'm looking at for a potential reversal here. So this is a really good example of how we get support at former support levels. So back in uh, June of 23, we get down around 145 and we find support. A lot of the people who sold regret doing so because the stock blasted off right after. They tell themselves, gee, if it ever gets back to my level and I can buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So look at where we found support in April, right? So this is when all the tariff stuff was going on. You could have looked back and said, wow, there was a bottom back in May. There's a good chance that May of 2 years ago, there's a good chance it's going to be a bottom again. And it was. So now the stock has fallen back to this level once again. And I think there's a chance we can get a reversal here. We're oversold. So just like back here, if down here we have the RSI indicator. So if this blue line gets below this horizontal red line, it indicates oversold conditions. A lot of trading strategies are built on the concept of reversion to the mean.
Yep.
So if something gets overextended in one way or the other, people are going to come into that market anticipating a reversal. And again, these are people that might not even care about what stock it is or what it does. They just say this thing is overdone. If you think about it, right? Like if we just even look, we could look at any stock here, but I think this is pretty interesting. So that's really kind of the trend, right? So what happens? The buyers overdo it, and then the sellers overdo it. And then the buyers overdo it, and then the sellers overdo it. And then the buyers overdo it, and the sellers overdo it. It's just like this continuous pendulum of the market,
Yeah.
but
It
it's
actually, I was thinking of it
reversion.
as you were explaining that. I was thinking to myself, boy, this is just a dance around equilibrium, is what this is.
Yeah, that's what markets are, supply and demand. They
Yeah.
they get out of equilibrium one way, and then they go the other way.
Yep.
And I'll use the I know you like the Seinfeld reference of you trying to knock over the refrigerator. It's
Yep.
as you're rocking it back and forth, at some point it comes into perfect equilibrium before it goes the other way. So anyway, all that being said, I think that there is a potential trade here on the upside for Old Dominion. Oversold that support supports this large group of buyers, or I should say it's a price level where there's like a large group of buyers or large buy interest. Sometimes some of the buyers start to get anxious. They start to think, gee, the sellers are going to go to whoever is willing to pay the highest price, and I don't want to miss out. So I was bidding 145. I'm going to go to 147. Someone else is like, well, I don't want to miss out. That guy's at 147. I'm going to go to 148. So you get these anxious buyers outbidding each other, and that's what pushes the price higher. So in terms of fundamentals and so forth and so on, look at this volatility in here. What changed in Old Dominion that made it lose and gain so much valuation in such a rapid period of time? So, do they have like a truck exploded, but then they found some gold and in one of their distribution centers? Or no, the only thing that changed here is perceptions. So that's what I want to talk about. Now on the upside,
This is a good one. We actually don't look at Old Dominion probably ever. So ticker ODFL here. Pretty decent setup as outlined by you, Mark. Appreciate that.
yeah, and sometimes with companies like this, um, you can get some good insight into the economy because this is a trucking company.
It's a transport. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So sometimes you can get like if you look at these guys or if you look at some of the railroads maybe, you can get insight into the economy that I don't think you can get with the technology companies. So I generally don't read earnings releases, but a company like this, I check stuff out.
Yeah,
Here's a
I would imagine you do something similar on UPS.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
that's actually on my list too to look at.
Perfect.
But here we just talked about seller's remorse. Here we have buyer's remorse. Notice how the level that was support can become resistance. All right. So people buy here, and when they get underwater, they're like, oh, I made a mistake. If it gets back to my level, I want to sell this to get out at break even. All right. So support can become resistance. Now, I have a lot of students that are mostly retail traders, and a lot of them ask me about, and I think we talked about this last week, about like dark pools and options and how can you figure out what the institutions are doing and this, that, and the other thing. And I don't think I think that's the wrong way to approach it. I think you got to just focus on what are the important price levels, what's the momentum, is this retail traders? Is this institutions? Who knows and who cares? And as someone who was an institutional trader for 17 years, I can tell you this: institutions make a lot of mistakes. So just
They're not
because
immune like the rest of us. We all make mistakes. Every trader that participates in these markets is going to make mistakes. That's part of the game.
absolutely, the average hedge fund is only in existence for 5 years. So think about that. I mean, that's you know, typically what happens is someone has a strategy or a method that works so they can raise money. They have a couple good years, and then all of a sudden their strategy doesn't work anymore and they don't change and they end up shutting the doors. And it happens all the time. So it's very rare to have someone like the guys I worked for, like Mario Gabelli or Steve Cohen, that can be successful over different market cycles. But I think people really overthink this. Like there's this new thing that a lot of my students are asking me about. It's called order blocks. Some guy out there in YouTube land is like, "Oh, I can tell you where the institutional orders are going to be." And then if you read it, basically he's just saying, "Oh, that was support. There must have been some institutional orders there. Oh, that was resistance. There must have been institutional orders there." Well, guess what? There's institutional orders everywhere, right? I don't think we can really get too caught up in that. I mean, say someone buys a lot of options. Can you infer, well, this person knows what's going on and the stock is going to go up? Say they buy a lot of call options. Well, what about the person that sold them those call options? They can't both be right. So, anyway, I think what we got to really do is just kind of simplify it and not overthink this stuff and just remember how important the psychology is. So, I guess that's my Friday morning rant here.
I like it. I like it a lot.
All right, awesome.
I have a request here. I know you said you wanted to look at UPS, but can we get to this request? Ticker SCCO. This is, I believe, Southern Copper.
SCCO, yes.
Yeah, we'll do UPS right after. I just want to make sure we get this out of the way. Thanks, Bourne, by the way. Yeah, Southern Copper.
Yeah, well, obviously this thing is going to follow copper, so we want to.
Copper had its largest drawdown, I believe, in its history when we had the tariff announcement.
Wow, look at that. That's pretty. Well, so if we're looking at copper, I don't know. I think could have a little bit more downside, but it's pretty oversold, And yeah, all right. So let's look at this here. So this is our principles again. So we got to the level that was support before. We go back here. So things that get to support, whether it's a stock, a commodity, a crypto, whatever, things that get oversold and get to support tend to rally. So I think that if you're trading SCCO, you got to kind of watch this over here. Okay. So this can still, from here to the support, that's about 10%. So we could still have a pretty meaningful move. But if copper reverses, then this is ultimately going to follow copper for the most part. So I don't think I would get into it now, but probably if it gets down to around here, 85, that would be the equivalent of copper getting down to around 4. So that's what I would look for there. Okay. I don't think I would buy it right now.
Okay, real quick question here, because we talk a lot about psychology being the predominant role in making some of these decisions, and the stock price, reflecting psychology or more than anything else. Looking at the chart here and focusing on these last two candles, we have a huge move down, and then we have a corrective move back up. Looking at this, does this kind of feel like just kind of a dead cat bounce for you?
Yeah, it does.
Because to me, to your point about not buying it here and waiting it out, it almost feels like, okay, we've got this big piece of news and this big shock. So traders are reacting to that, and they're bipolar or whatever you want to call them. They overreact. So we have this huge move down, and then we have people saying, I'm going to play this bounce. We're going to bounce back up. But as you just drew a trend line there, maybe we came up to the top, and maybe now today is a reversal before we actually test this $85 level or whatever value that is that black line is at.
Well, when I remember, there are trends within trends. So if we're looking at it from this time horizon, I know yesterday was a big move up 4%, but importantly, the close was lower than the prior day's open. So even though we made this kind of counter trend move from this time horizon, we're still in the downtrend. From short term points of view, it's really important to pay attention to where the most recent opens and closes were, because the most volume trades on the open and close. It kind of makes them the most important levels. So if you see something like this, you know, to me, well, it was a counter trend move, but we're still in a downtrend. And you can see this morning we're down lower. Now let's just say that yesterday's close was higher than the prior day's open. That would be your bullish engulfing pattern. This is the
Mm-hmm.
opposite of what we talked about, the bearish engulfing pattern. In the morning, it looked like the bears were still in charge, but by the close, if we got through the prior day's close and open, and say we just closed up here, well, then I think there's a good chance that the trend changed. But as of right now, I still think that we're in a downtrend. And I mean, this
Mm-hmm.
morning um, can kind of show it. So a lot of times when you're getting to uh, where you're wondering if a trend is changing or not, you can just look at the prior. A good thing to pay attention to is the prior opens and closes. So, like, look at this day here. Here's your classic bearish engulfing pattern. So it looked like it was going to be another up day, but by the close, we were down there. Now, this was kind of a bearish day here, right? But look where the close was. It was still higher than the prior day's open. So we're still kind of in an uptrend. But here, this shows that the bears have taken over, and sure enough, a downtrend followed. So it's a lot of times, if you're trying to figure out if a trend is changing, if you've reversed through the previous couple days opens and closes, there's a good chance that you are. So
All right. Can we take a look at TMUS, TMUS, before we run out of time here?
actually, I don't have a 9 o'clock meeting today, so I can hang out for as long as
Oh,
people want. T-Mobile.
yep. T-Mobile.
All right, so here we go again with our bearish engulfing pattern, right? So now this is a situation where we get to a level that had been resistance before, right? We know there tends to be resistance at levels that have been resistance before. And here is your bearish engulfing pattern. So in the morning, it looked like it was going to be another up day. If this was Friday, you would have said, hey, look at that. Oh, by the way, it's Jerry Garcia's birthday. Just want to
Oh, is it really?
put that out there. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Gonna have a little celebration later. But um so
Maybe I will do that.
yeah, man. I mean, my kids thought Jerry Garcia was their uncle until they were about 10 years old. So we're a big deadhead household over here. And you could the picture of the old man right there, actually. But so in the morning, it looked like it was going to be an up day. And what happened by the close? Well, we closed below the prior day's open. We engulfed the prior day's trading, and that told us that the bears had taken over. In terms of how this looks right now, I don't know. I think it looks kind of neutral. Um, we've over the last couple of days, we've kind of just been going sideways. So
It looks to me over the last couple of days that it's trying to hold that gap area. So I would imagine here, who asked about this? Dev, I would imagine here that if you do break that support that Mark just outlined, you probably fill that gap, and it'll be time to reassess there.
yeah, one of the main reasons why, which we discussed, is why we get resistance is because you get remorseful sellers trying to buy stuff back. People sell something at 10 and it goes to 12, and they say, oh, if it gets to 10, I'm going to buy it back. Now, in a situation like this where you gap, where you actually close here and then the next day you open there, there's really no trading in between. So if there's no trading, there's no one who bought who's going to be trying to buy their shares back. So when the sellers come in, they have a hard time finding buyers, and they got to really push the price lower. So the old saying, gaps tend to refill, that's what it refers to. It's a principle of markets that if you move quickly through price levels in one direction, and then you spend some time consolidating, and then you reverse and you go back through those same price levels in the opposite direction, you can move quickly right back through them. The more time something spends at a price level, the more people are interested because the more trading takes place there, right? Well, when you have these situations where you just make these rapid moves, you just don't have enough time for there to be this big vested interest. So all else being equal, like just say you're trading a reversal off of support, right? Or you're trading a reversal off of resistance. All else being equal, something that goes like that is going to just pretend this is our support here, this blue line is probably going to go like that. Something that goes like that, there's a good chance it goes like that. So if you're trading something and you think it's a reversal coming off of a support level, and you have two stocks, well, the one that gapped down to support or made a really rapid move down to support is probably a better place to be to buy than the one that moves slowly because it's probably not going to rebound as quickly. So there's a lot of old expressions on Wall Street, and some of them are kind of silly, but gaps tend to refill is based on logic, and
we see it all the time, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, look here, right? So rapid move down. One of the main reasons why we get resistance is remorseful buyers trying to sell. When you move really quickly through these price levels, you just don't have a lot of time for there to be this big group of remorseful buyers who are going to be trying to sell on the way back up. So after you consolidate and you reverse, the buyers come in and they're like, hey, where the heck are all the sellers? And they got to really jack the price up to get the sellers off of the sidelines. So yeah, we see it. I mean, all the time, fast move up, fast move down.
Okay. Let's do another one here real quick. UNH.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with this one still. I know we talk about
bad news after bad news after bad news is what's going on with this one. To my eye, at least, it looks like the next thing we really have to do here is test 250, which we're doing today. 248.88, you're dead low there from back in that May candle.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some kind of a bounce here. I don't know where this company is going to be long term. I don't think anyone does at this point.
Yeah.
But remember, a lot of trading is just trading. It's not people thinking buy and hold. So we got to this support. Well, back when the insiders were buying and we reversed here in May, it was right around 250, and that's where we are now. So if it holds, I think there's a trade here on the upside, or if it breaks, there's a trade on the downside. But I would be very leery about buying this thing for a long-term buy and hold. But you never know. Maybe it's too big to fail, right? Supposedly a lot of our crooked Congress people have been buying it.
Yeah, so I mean, most of their business is Medicare. So we'll see. Okay. Mark, that's good. That really good stuff here today. Appreciate it. You got any golf plans for this week?
As a matter of fact, yes, I do, and I've been hitting the ball very well. So
that's what we want to hear.
Yeah, it's just golf is just so weird, man.
It's so weird. It's frustrating and awesome, and it's all wrapped into one, and it changes by the second. And oh man, there's nothing else like it.
You go out and you have this terrible round, and you're like, oh man, I hate this game. I'm never going to play again. And then you get to like the 16th hole, and you just crush it. You hit this,
and then you're on your phone looking for tee times for the next day. Been there.
My brother was playing. I think he was in South Carolina, and I don't know, he's somewhere down south. And anyway, he says they're playing, and they see this guy take his bag and he throws it into the pond. He takes his golf bag and throws it in the pond. And they go and they play a couple holes, and they come back the other way, and they get back to the pond, and the guy comes back and he goes in the water and he takes his golf bag out, and he takes his keys and his wallet out of the bag, and he throws it back in. And then he takes off.
Yeah, I've never seen a bag in the water. I've heard Charles Barkley do that a few times. I will say, last time I was golfing, I was looking for my buddy's ball right along the edge of the rough, and we found an iron that had been snapped in half. And we all knew what had happened there several days or maybe even hours earlier. So, okay, Mark, really good stuff. Enjoy your weekend. We're going to check in with you next week. Have a good one. All right, my man.
All right. Thanks, everyone. I will see you all next week.
Mark Petrino. Really good stuff from him every single week. Hope you've enjoyed all that, and Man, I gotta get around to golf with Mark scheduled so I can get some stories from that and then tell you. Mark's departure leaves room for 13. Let's check in with 13. 13, how you doing on this wonderful Friday?
It is a wonderful Friday. I'm doing really good, and I hope everybody else is, and they're ready to trade because I am. How about you? How's your morning?
My morning is good. I think everybody is ready here. I started the morning here with news on the market and with tariffs, so I didn't really pay attention to the chat. I'm sure there are some angry hand wringers out there, but I haven't followed it, so we'll see. I haven't seen anyone yelling at each other yet, so I'm very, very optimistic for the remainder of the day here today. And I'm even more optimistic now that you're here, boss.
All right, let's go.
All right. Let's go ahead and hit some of those movers, get those out of the way. Then we can go ahead and run through some of the charts. Lion, I know we couldn't get to AEM there. I'm sorry. 13 and I can take a look at that if you want. I feel like we've looked at AEM and talked about it quite a bit. We can do that again. Nothing personal, just ran out of time there. 13, I'm going to go ahead and flip over to the movers workspace here. Let's figure out what's gapping, why it's gapping, and how we can take advantage of that. I'm going to start here with MWYN. This is Marwin Holdings. This stock was a penny stock yesterday, and today it is 110% higher. The only piece of news I have in here is that they delayed their annual filing. I'm going to be honest with you right now. This is not going to be something that I'm interested in today. We'll cover it because it's at the top of the gap up list, and technically it is one of the 100% runners. But 13, I'm skeptical on this. Quick look around the horn here. 4.74% of the float shorted, 1.89 days to cover. The stock normally trades about 650,000 shares per day. Today, we've traded 47 million. We have a float of just over 4.5 million. So what do you think on this? Is this something you're going to try today?
I don't know yet. But what's interesting is that if you recall, my little spiel about supply chains and maybe looking at companies that deal with supply chain solutions, here we have another one that operates two business segments to provide food and beverage supply chain and brand management services and indoor home improvement products to dealers and retail customers. So another supply chain company we have here, kind of interesting because it's falling into that theme that I think we're seeing emerge here. Or it already has been emerging. But yes, to your point, the only piece of news that I've seen was earlier this week, they delayed their annual report filing. Now, that's not bullish. So
yeah, I was going to say, that's well said.
And I know we've seen some really weird movement on some names like this where they get NASDAQ recompliance, so they get a letter of non-compliance, and that still sends the stock moving. So there's some activity getting some notice being put here on this stock. But I feel like as we continue to rally into the open here, I have a suspicion that we're going to see a pull at the open.
Okay.
So I would just say if we are going to trade this one, let's just be careful. It's still running up into the open. We're 23 minutes away. It just put a high of 195, and it's pulling a little bit. But if this continues to make higher prints into the open here, I think that we're going to end up seeing a pull at the open, and then we'll just have to wait and see what we end up getting after it settles down.
Okay. 140 actually looks like a pretty decent pullback level. I wouldn't be surprised if we overshoot some of the tops of these candles and actually find some support there at 140. But as we just outlined here with the catalyst on this, I think we'll find something better here today. Yeah.
And it has 4.6 million shares in the float. It does have a little bit of cash and revenue, but it has never made an offering. So I think that's good. That's a good sign for now. But you have the delayed annual report. So what's going on behind the scenes there? I mean, are they going to end up having to raise capital? Are we going to end up ever seeing that? So there are some questions I have, but it seems like they're okay for now, with the exception of this delayed filing.
Okay. Next on the list here is ticker NAMM. This is Namib Minerals. This stock popped in the after hours yesterday, popped again here in the pre-market when it opened. So far, we've come back and actually lost the VWAP. News here was reported yesterday. Namib Minerals issues corporate update following the NASDAQ listing and closing bell ceremony, accelerates the Red Wing dewatering and Moreau's infrastructure upgrades. There's your news. I'm honestly not familiar with this company, so
it's not that old. That's why.
The company's not that old?
It hasn't been. We just got this new issue last month, or I'm sorry,
Okay.
in June.
In June.
Now
Okay.
that
So
we're in August, sorry.
was this a
I don't.
spec? No, I don't think
it
so
was.
either. Yeah, I don't think so either. Let's see what we have here in terms of the IPO. Yeah, man, we don't have any.
Yeah,
We don't have any info on that. Okay. All right. Well, taking a look at this here, looks like 11 on the high print. Man, we are huge pullback from that. To me, VWAP is going to be most important here. We'll see if we can recapture that. Showing some weakness here and some increased selling volume as we get closer to the open. Short interest on this. I don't actually have a reading. Looks like I probably don't have a float reading either. Okay. So help me out with that. If you have any of that, I'll check the float here in a sec. But on average, stock trade 686,000 shares. Today we've traded 12 million. Kind of skeptical of this one too. Don't love it. What do you think on NAMM?
I got a reading of 3.12 million shares in the float. Like you, I don't have a whole lot of information on this. Just looking at the chart, I do see that we have a 20-day SMA that has provided resistance back late last month. So being that we are currently trading underneath it, if we open and if the market opens and we're still trading underneath it, I'm going to be looking at the 20-day SMA as a site of rejection. That seems to be right about the area at $7, where we were getting some support earlier in July. Before we ended up losing it after testing the 20-day SMA. So the 20-day SMA, $7 area, that's where I'm going to be looking at for the initial resistance. As far as where it goes to the downside, I mean, we could, we got some after hours price action that could create a demand zone. We're coming down into that right now. That's the thickness of that is at about 530. So we could see some support around there, maybe as low as 5. But if we lose that, then I think we're just going to go right back to $4 where we this whole move started.
Okay. All right. Good stuff there. NAMM. Next here, Tenon. This is one that we've traded a whole bunch here. Looks like this is pushing away from $1 here. Got as high as what, $1.56 on that high print here. Tenon Medical shares are trading higher after the company announced the acquisition of sacroiliac joint specific assets from SciVantage. So let me go over to the news here. So it looks like a Fusion portfolio with strategic asset acquisition here. It looks like it came from SciVantage. Okay, so good news here. This is popping the stock by 42%. Quick look around the horn on this one. About 0.5% of the float shorted there with 1 day to cover. That comes on an average volume here of 212,000. Had today about 30 million. Float on this is 7.5 million. What do you think on this one?
So yeah, Tenon is a medical device company, and they their primary thing is the SI joint. I'm trying to think of the name for it, but the SI joint. That, and if you're not familiar with that, that's part of the pelvis where the hip bones, which are called iliums, I believe. They're connected to the sacrum, which is the part where the spine goes into the pelvis. So that section of there's 2 sides where the iliums connect to the sacrum. It's called the sacroiliac joint, which is what we're talking about here, and that's where the sciatic nerve passes through. So this device, I guess, is supposed to help accelerate their asset, their sales. I didn't get too deep into it, but I was just reading about what the device is, or what the SI joint is, so that I understand what I'm, what I'm going to be looking at here if I trade this. But that's that's all that they really have as far as news goes. They acquired assets from a company that specifically targets the SI joint area. The company does have cash. It's got about 1 to 3 quarters. Has, I think, a little bit of revenue, but not much. Yeah, less than $1 million. So I don't think they'll be needing to do any capital raises right now, or at least today. They do have 7.5 million shares in the float. And as far as the price action goes, as long as we can hold the VWAP, we may see some higher prints, but it looks like that's coming under pressure right now. So we may end up there we go. We just started losing that in the pre-market here. So we'll see what we end up getting. It may continue lower into the open, but finds some footing after we open the market here. We'll see if we can get a trade to set up.
I'm absolutely loving the comments. I just kind of let you go off there because that was pretty awesome. Biology lesson on a Friday. Joe is an autonomist here. Boy, you guys are on it today. Emery said she didn't have you being giving a biology lesson on the bingo card here, and I Joseph. Oh, this comment is what hit me because I thought this was coming. The hip bones. I thought you were going to go into the entire song here. You could make a children's sing along spinal anatomy record.
The alien's connected to the sacrum.
Oh my God. Okay. We'll try to get back here. Anyway, really good breakdown on that. And you're exactly right. We're now plunging through the VWAP here. We'll see if this holds maybe this 127. I'll be honest with you, especially given some of the broader news and what it's doing to some of the bigger stocks. I none of this is appealing to me here. So this one's still going to be a pass.
Great question, Tom B. Yes, there's a lot that I do not know. And if I do not know about something and I'm interested in, I will learn about it. So there you go.
Yeah, that's part of the 2% better, being 2% better. 13 doesn't necessarily have it as his own motto, but he practices it. I'm the same way, right? If I get a chance and I could read about something, I'm going to learn it.
Oh, knowledge is power. That's my motto.
Absolutely it is. Okay, really good stuff there. Next, BTAI. This is BioXcel Therapeutics. This is one we are totally familiar with. We've traded a bunch of times on this show here. BioXcel Therapeutics shares are trading higher after the company completed the last patient visit in Serenity at Home pivotal phase 3 safety trial. So it looks like they're finishing up phase 3 here on this one. Stock was what, $1.33 yesterday, popped above 2, but broke back down here in the pre-market. We did lose the VWAP, and actually it looks like it's trying to press lower here and test some of those pre-market lows. Short interest on this name, 6.36%, and that comes with 1 day to cover. That comes on an average volume of 336,000 shares. Today we traded 44.5 million. Float on this one, 5.5 million, 13. Since you know everything, what's going to happen here?
Well, let's take a look here on the broker chart. But BTAI, yeah, it's got AI in the name, so it obviously is going to do pretty well, right? Let's come back to reality. So this is a clinical stage biotech company. They, like you said, they just completed their phase 3 safety trial. Now, I didn't go over this one in detail, so I don't know if they have any other trials for their Serenity at Home, if this is a drug or a treatment, but it looks like it's a treatment. So I don't know if they have any other trials of this going on in tandem with it or alongside it. But phase 3, to me, this means that if this is giving the results they're looking for, they are likely going to submit this for FDA review and approval. So we should be seeing some kind of headline with that coming up at some point soon. Now, if we go into the news and read about this phase 3 safety trial, there's likely going to be some explanation of what else they're going to be doing, or if there's anything else going on. So, like I said, I didn't have time to, or didn't have a chance to read into that, so I don't know if there's anything else going on with this. But if you are interested, that's where I would look. So. And also the company's website, they usually give an update of the pipeline. Looking at the financials, looks like they are still losing cash. They have 31 million in the bank, and they lose about 7 to 10. It looks like the amount that they lose is kind of getting less and less every year. But it still is going to be. There's still going to be a point where they're going to have to raise some capital or do a private placement or something. I don't think that's going to happen today. So I think we're okay for no capital raises, no offerings today. And that's one.
Okay. Really good stuff. Can I move on? Do you have any more?
Go ahead.
All right. This CONI, which is on the Gappers list. This is your Granite Shares Levered Coin ETF. Coin, of course, popping. This is the short coin ETF. Yes. So coin, of course, is pulled back after its earnings report. Coin, by the way, at 337 here. It was at 377 prior to that. So that's what that is. FDMT, this is 40 Molecular Therapeutics. Did you cover this one at all?
No. Actually, that's the only other things I wrote down were the coin and Reddit, because I thought we would want to talk about those. Okay,
so really quickly here, this is what we're going to do then. I'm actually going to mention a couple of the other movers here, and then we'll go back to 40 Molecular. Sorry, I know, producer, I just threw you a curveball there, but you did a really good job fouling that one off. Figma here, this is also going to be on your Gappers list here today. This is just continued momentum from yesterday's IPO. This thing was pretty crazy. As I mentioned, I did scalp this. given the move that this thing had, I don't really think I did all that well on it because I really didn't make a whole lot on it, but I did finish in the green on one of the trades on this, or on my one trade on this. Well, the big thing here on Figma, we talked about this a lot yesterday. We talked about what this priced at, what this was going to open at. The opening didn't happen till long after our show concluded yesterday, and good Lord, I'll be honest. We were talking about the opening price or the IPO price being $33. That's fine. I certainly didn't think we were going to open at that, but I'll be honest with you, I did not think that we were going to open up over 100. Once we did that, it was very clear to me that this was an extremely popular IPO. We had talked yesterday about how all of you folks that tried to get in on the allotment really only got one share. We heard a little bit more about that here today. When this thing came back in and held 100, that to me was pretty much the only thing that I saw here that gave me a little bit of a confidence trying to trade this thing. I basically just hit 2 points on it and was out. So that's basically it. Now, in hindsight, that looks pathetic because this thing just had strength all day. From the opening move, it had strength. It pulled back a little after that initial impulse move, went right back to the highs, took those highs out, had a wild after hours, which of course I did not participate in. Today, we're actually holding steady here in the pre-market, but we're holding steady with a 20% gap. So this is going to be some continued momentum here today. A couple of things to look at level-wise. I really do think this 149, 150 area, this represents yesterday's after-hours highs as well as the kind of round 150 number. That is definitely going to be a spot here today. I would also caution you to look at this 124. The pre-market lows, these are very close to the after-hour lows when we first started to pull back. And then I would probably take a look at this 114 area as well. 13, you got any thoughts here on Figma? Did you trade it yesterday? Are you looking to trade it here today? I'll be honest, this actually looks more intriguing than some of the movers that we talked about here today, but I digress.
No, I think you hit all the levels I'd be looking at. That 150, 125, and the 114, 115 area. Those are all areas that I like for the exact same reason you said. I mean, we ran up to near 150 in the after hours. Looks like we also tried to pop up there as the pre-market opened. No luck in capturing that, and we just continued sideways. Then your point about the 125, that's where we came down in the pre-market here. It's where we were running up to toward the close yesterday. And then, of course, the initial impulse move all the way up that took us to 115. That was support in the after hours yesterday. So, yeah, I like all those levels that you mentioned. Now, those are all going to be support levels that we mentioned on the way down with the 150 towards the top. But I don't know that I'll be trading this. I had a pretty good time trading the TQQQ yesterday.
Okay.
So I may just, kind of limit myself to that if nothing looks good. But I think I'll just kind of watch Fig and just wait to see if it sets up something that I find appealing enough to take.
All right, perfect. Good stuff there. Reddit, this also, Reddit shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected earnings. So this is up significantly on earnings, up 15.4%. This was another one where the option buyers actually won. That was the minority for this earnings season, at least so far. The other one that I wanted to cover here real quick is going to be Rocket. We talk about this all the time. They reported earnings as well. It looks like they tried to get above 16 a couple of times yesterday in the after hours and one time today. To me, this puts 16 squarely in focus here for today. This was 16 and 18 were some of the levels that we had outlined for Rocket way back when we first initiated this trade. It looks like we're going to be pressing some of those levels here today. And then I also wanted to mention Open Door because this was one of those big kind of, what do we call them? The dork trade, part of the dork trade here. This has really been on the backside of the move for a while, but we're curling up here. Now, I will mention the last time that we did this in the pre-market, as soon as the market opened, this thing just absolutely crapped on all of those people trying to play this long. So don't get trapped on this. I think you're going to be okay waiting this out. See if waiting it out till the regular session. See if the regular session gives you a setup, but be wary. We're clearly on the backside of this move.
It looks like it's trying to hit 215. It's already done it once. Now that it's getting support from VWAP, it may try to go back up and test it again. Keep an eye out for that.
Okay, now FDMT, this is the one that I wanted to skip over. I will briefly cover this. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on it, and I know we're running out of our very precious time before the market opens here. 4D Molecular Therapeutics shares are trading higher after the company announced results from its 4D 150 Spectra clinical trial. So we did pop in the after hours, new leg up here today, but so far in the pre-market, not only did we give up the VWAP and really showing no strength to get back above that VWAP, we actually gave up up the consolidation area from the after hours yesterday. We pulled back down to the support, the after hour support carved out by yesterday's after hour session. And right now, it actually looks like we're struggling to pop back above this. So same deal here. I think we can probably wait this out till the regular session. We'll see, but that's what's going on. Quick look around the horn just to kind of finish this off. 8.13% of the float shorted with 10.9 days to cover. Wow. Now that 10.9 days to cover comes on 500,000 shares, just under 500,000 shares of average volume. And today we've traded 9 million. Float on this one's kind of thick, 44.5 million. So do you have any thoughts on this 13? Okay, if you don't.
It's one of these that it lost its VWAP early in the pre-market and has not been able to recapture despite attempting to get back over it. So that's going to be the big thing for me to watch. If out of the open here, it can successfully retake its VWAP. It still has the 65 EMA in the way, which is can be a pretty difficult support and resistance area to cross over sometimes. It looks like there is some consolidation from the after hours yesterday, just beneath 6. So even if we do start to turn around here, which it looks like we're trying to do off the 200 EMA, I still feel like we're going to run into some trouble between $5.85 to $6 trying to make our way through this consolidation. So that supply up there might provide some problems and a continued rejection of the VWAP. So just some things I'm going to be watching for. But if we manage to get through VWAP, this thing may start to trade better. So just something I'm going to be watching for with this one.
Okay. All right, really good stuff. Now, I did promise Lion we would take a look at AEM because we were unable to get through that chart, with Mark earlier today. Here's your AEM chart. This is Agnico Eagle Mines. This is going to be one of your gold miners. Lion has talked about this quite a bit here, being one of the best in breed miners. We're actually up 2.63% here today. 127 is the level that we're looking at with the market pulling back. I'm not really surprised to see that. 130 looks to be the very clear upside here, Lion. If we're able to break this, perhaps we break out and go higher. A pullback here, I'd be watching 121. No position on this one, at least not for me. I know several of you take a look at this. 13, did you have anything that stood out to you on this chart?
Well, initially no, but it does seem like it's just continues to try and make higher prints here. But man, that's some pretty interesting price action we've had in the past week. Looks like it's running out of momentum, upward momentum, but I don't want to say that that's the case until we start losing some of these moving averages. It could still climb higher. It just looks like it's having some real trouble getting over 130 right now.
Yeah, 128, 130, your two immediate upside targets here. Lion saying that we're going to 150 on this soon. Okay. So, Lion, it would seem to me that based on that any pullback here you view as viable if we're going to go to 150 there. I know you've had an extremely bearish view on the market that kind of seemed to flip overnight one night. So just keep us posted on what you think, where everything's going here. It looks like you like gold and gold miners higher from here. We'll see if we get that. Here are your spots on the chart. Okay. Anything else that we want to take a look at? We're real close to the open. We're under 3 minutes until we open up here.
Anybody want to look at Reddit or any of these other names reported?
The only one I broke down was Apple. I did talk a little bit about Amazon yesterday. I guess Amazon kind of a disappointment here, given what we saw with Microsoft and Azure. Amazon, although they were higher, let me actually try and get you the stat on that. Here it is really quick. AWS, this is 17.5% year over year. It wasn't the Azure one like 39%? So this did not perform nearly as well. As a result here, Amazon really kind of trading down here today. Amazon actually down by 7.5%. One of the things that I wanted to ask about this for the group, where do you think the buy spot is on Amazon? In fact, I think someone asked this earlier, right? So one of you chatters asked, where is the ad spot here for Amazon? We basically are right near that 50, although technically we lost it. Do we go down to the 200 there at 209.5, 210? Or do we recapture this 50 here and then maybe close that gap off? I don't know the answer. I'm asking the group mainly for opinions here.
I want to see what happens at the 200-day estimate. That's going to be about 210.
Okay, so you want to see a pullback to that 200 then?
Yeah. I think so. A
Okay.
lot of these names have really, really run, and so to see some, some measure where they're really pulling back and kind of given some of this massive run that a lot of these names have had, I think that gasses them up to move higher later on. So this is some, we talk about this all the time about how healthy these moves can be. I feel like this is needed for a lot of names. This is one of them. It hasn't lost its or it hasn't been trading beneath its 20-day SMA for a very long time. We did get one dip down there in June, but it snapped right back above it. So I want to see. I needed to see some real levels being lost here. So I think this is healthy for Amazon.
Okay, Chris, it was Chris that was asking, what's a good buy spot? Looks like right now, Chris, we're thinking 210 here. Maybe we recapture that 50-day there at 217. Amanda says, I'm not touching Amazon with those results, and the tariff stuff still in the backdrop.
Yeah.
That's what makes the market. So we'll see here on that. Kathy's asking if we've covered Rocket. We didn't really. We did take a look at the chart there. Market is open now. Let's see what's happening here around the opening print.
All right, so MWYN, that is starting to test the view app and looking like it's going to go lower. Lots of sellers. There's a lot of buyers and sellers fighting each other right now at 172. Let's see who wins. I think there's more sellers than buyers. NAMM, this is losing the 200 EMA, trying to recapture at the same time. TNON, this is also opening and going lower, but is trying to recapture view up right now. And then BTAI also coming down to the 65 EMA, open, trying to rebound. We'll see if this one can get going. It has a nice setup there, but too much selling pressure. I think we just need to kind of wait this out a little bit.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
Amanda says, I would consider nibbling on AMZZ. It's more capital efficient if you're going long. Amanda, always coming up with the alternative ways to play these, and for that, we appreciate you. This is the Granite Shares 2X long daily ETF down at about $30 here. Tell you what, you get maybe a curl off here, even maybe launch this. This could actually be a good trade.
TNON coming up to an area where we might see some resistance. It was support in the pre-market. Now it's resistance. This is about 138. Let's see if we can get if it can push past there and get into the 140s.
Now, Kathy was asking about Rocket. We really didn't have a lot of time to cover it, but here you go. Now, Rocket really focused on AI, really kind of smoothing out their mortgage application process. And I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing the reaction you're seeing here. Remember, we talked about some key levels here on Rocket. The next ones, I think the ones right around where we're at, 15, 16, and 18 were those key levels. Rocket, really powerful move here out of the gate. And don't forget, folks, this one also a part of that squeeze me home play that we were talking about. 32.15% of the float shorted here and 5.07 days to cover. And that's on an average volume of nearly 16 million shares. So if this really gets rolling here and the shorts are caught offside, you actually might have some squeeze potential here on Rocket.
Squeeze me home to 18 would be what we're looking for.
I'll take it. Give me a close above 18. I really want to see 20 plus on this name. That would make those March leap calls that we've been in for a while really, really pay.
TNON moved over that 138, trying to push further into the 140s here. 156 is the pre-market high. Let's see what else we got here with this. So it looks like FMT opened lower, printed down to 513, and now it's trying to recapture the 200 EMA and view up at the same time. BTAI getting a little bit of a bounce off the 65 EMA. NAMM, that just went lower. MWYN also lower.
Yeah, and Kathy, that's a really good point. Kathy here saying Rocket may be reacting to data that supports a rate decrease in September. You know, that's part of the thesis of this play is that at some point before March of next year, we're going to get rate cuts, and that should help Rocket. In the meantime, we've got some other good news here that should help Rocket. And I'll tell you what, if they're able to streamline that process and make it better, and the help of AI helps them get more business, giddy up, all of that is going to be good for that trade.
You mentioned that Lobo is on the move.
That's a penny stock here that is going from 6 to midnight as we speak. Now, Joe here mentioning that hood continues to bleed. We talked about this, and we talked about this really kind of coming up to an area that it stalled out at. Let's see if I have it on this chart. No, I don't. We had a trend, and in fact, I'm going to redraw it here, I think, because I believe we had a trend line like this. I think we had something like this. Really just kind of seemed toppy there, I think was the last thing that we were saying, continuing to pull back. Let me go to my bigger chart here and see if I can get you some more of those traditional moving average lines on hood real quick.
Real quick with Lobo, understand that this is a China-only EV company, and if you know what's going on with EVs in China right now, they are not in a good space. They are not having a great time. They're dropping like flies. Be very careful if you're going to trade this. Don't get caught in it.
But I thought Tesla was in trouble because of all the China EV demand. Oh my God. Okay. Anyway, hood here. Hood, really quick, 13. Hood gapping beneath this 20-day. I don't think this would take a monster move to try and recapture this. I don't think we're doing that. Sure looks like 85, 86. Your next support level there on hood.
All right. So T9, here we go. We're up in the 150s now, looking to break that 156 high. We made in the pre-market this morning. Looks like it's starting to back off from that. So what we're going to want to see here, if we do get a little bit of selling up at this area, is we want to see VWAP hold the price up. And if we get that, it looks like we're going to break out of 156 and push higher. Let me see where this may end up going if we get that here. Because we haven't been at these levels since the last time this rallied in March off of some kind of news. Might have been a reverse split. Could have been something like that. But let's see here. Could be 165. We see the next resistance at.
Okay. Zach McCracken earlier had mentioned Ondis had news here today. Now Ondis so far.
Sorry to interrupt you. We just got a breakout with T-Non. Big old move through 165, 169. Now the high. This thing might halt.
Okay. Well, hopefully it does. That'll give me a chance to talk about Ondis right there.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. It's still pushing up. So this thing is on a tear now. This was also a smoke tuna AI. Probably the only one I think that he said was looking good. And here we go. We are ripping after breaking over that pre-market high, 179 now. It looked like it was about to halt, Market Sniper, but it didn't. It's still pushing up, and we're looking at 180 now. It's I feel like it will halt at some point with this movement, but hasn't done that yet. Might be getting it soon here. I think it's going to halt now. Nope.
Nope. Pulled it off that.
Yep. Okay. So
pulled it off that spot.
Meanwhile, we have open that's also starting to curl up here, making its way towards the pre-market high of 215. While we watch T-Non do T-Non things, open is also opening itself up. Reddit up as well. Yeah, that looked like that was going to continue to go upwards. Let me go to that real quick because I think I had a trend line that I noticed off of this one. Let me double check and see if that was the case. Yes, it was. So if, on a 5-minute chart, it looks like with Reddit, the highs from the after hours, you could take that and draw it through the high of the pre-market. And Reddit has come up and tested that trend line now. Hasn't been able to get over it, but it looks like it's trying to break over it. And if we get that, I would say we could go as high as maybe 195 before we run into some resistance. We're moving over it now. Reddit, here we go. T-Non hit 183. It's still up here, running into some resistance. A bunch of sellers at 180.
Also, Rocket, its namesake, right here out of the gate, straight up rocketing out of the gate. We'll see if we take 17 here, still looking at 18 as well. Rocket up a whopping 13% here this morning. So in your sea of red, we found some green, as we do every day.
Yep, it's like Christmas came early. BTAI, here we go.
I'll tell you what, Christmas came early with the football game yesterday.
That's
I was just glad to watch football, even though it wasn't great.
How about that ending?
I actually fell asleep before the end.
Oh, okay. Well, the game ended with a nice interception, takeaway interception. It was pretty cool.
I'll tell you what, there were a couple interceptions by Detroit that game.
Well, it wasn't Detroit that was intercepting.
No, I know. I'm saying they turned the Detroit. Oh, sorry, I wasn't clear there. Detroit turned the ball over a number of times yesterday.
Yeah, it seemed like the Chargers had their number that game. BTAI popped up to 180 and did one. Now it's back towards the VWAP.
Yeah, I got BTAI getting swatted down from the VWAP there, 174.
Yeah, so there's still some supply that's giving it problems that it ran up to in the pre-market. So BTAI still not able to get up there. Now it's starting to turn red here. Did get some support from the 65 EMA. So here we go, testing that again. We'll see if it provides support there.
Amanda here saying I'm short Reddit from 180. And a good call there on Reddit. We'll see if that works out for you. Keep us posted. Here's Figma, by the way.
FDMT. This looks like this is trying to turn around and go too. A lot of sellers in the way at 565. It's trying to chew its way through that right now. TNON backing off of 183 now down to 163. Reddit also pulling back after hitting 190. I believe that was 195. I think was the spot I was mentioning, but backed off of 190. So well done, Amanda. You're already getting paid there. Do I see a possible base for BBAI for a possible eventual buy for long-term hold? Let me look at BBAI for you.
Figma, let me just go through this here, 13 real quick.
Sure.
Figma here. So first move here is a pullback. Daniel saying Figma 125. What is your bounce spot here? 115? We're right at that pre-market low. Does it hold? Actually, we just moved through it there really quickly as I was talking. Sorry about that. 123 here. I'm thinking 117, 115, probably your next support area here on Figma. No position for me. I am not looking to buy this here today, just mentioning it.
So when it comes to BBAI, I'm looking at a daily chart, and I don't like this formation that it's created over the past couple of months. This looks like a double top to me, and I feel like this could end up resolving lower. We are about to we're getting pretty close to filling a gap here. If we lose the lows from July 14th, we'll be filling the gap that was created from June 27th to 30th. We also have the 50-day SMA that's going to provide some support initially. I don't know that it's going to hold up. I think eventually it could end up falling through the 50. So if there was a better spot that I'd like for this to go where I'd be interested in adding, it's probably going to be somewhere around 5 or less.
Okay. Good stuff there. VIX popping here out of the open, 1978 your high print. We'll see if we get above 20s on the VIX there. That would be a substantial change. Speaking of a change here, a reversal of fortunes for two of the reports from last night. Apple, which was doing all right here this morning, this has really kind of rolled back over. So we talked a little bit about that 215 area, that possible 215 breakout. Take a look at the inside of the chart here. We tried to pop above that level in the after hours, and the back of the report could not. Couldn't even get to it here out of the move out of the open. Now we're kind of reversing. Apple giving back all of its gains from the earnings report, actually down here a little bit. We take a look at Amazon. This actually looks a little bit different. Amazon sold off after that report, went lower here in the pre-market, but so far, so good. Looks like Amazon might try and take out 220 here in the back of that report. It's a little bit of a reversal on those two.
Yeah, this is the day of inflows. So it seems like kind of just letting market shake itself out, the opening here before that capital gets deployed. This was kind of a thought that I was having. It's also a thought that some of our some folks in happy hour were also mentioning. We got a mention of that this morning. So we might be seeing some dips getting bought up here as inflow capital is deployed. Now I don't know that this is going to last all day, but with how much things are getting hit, and just given the history that we've seen with when some pretty big decreases. Dip buyers step in. So wouldn't be surprised to see some of that today. But we may still end up going lower this month. I expect it.
Yeah, I expect kind of a choppy August. And frankly, just based on seasonality, I'm expecting September to not be great. Zach here mentioning Honda. So I haven't even read any of this yet. Read the Reuters report, has a bit more detail. So you're talking about this news here. Ondas appoints Brigadier General Yaniv Rotem to Ondas's Autonomous Systems Advisory Board. I'm not sure what you mean by the Reuters report. Can you link that, Zach? This is Mr. Rodham spends decades of leadership and experience in the Israeli defense research and development. So that should be really good at this stage for Ondas. I'm pleased to support Ondas at this pivotal stage. OAS Technologies and their integrated approach combining autonomy. So here's the thing that I would say, just kind of I'll go through this. I'll read this a little bit more carefully when I can. One of the things that we've noticed on Ondas is that even when this stock gets news, it likes to sell off even after a move higher here. This doesn't have anything tied to revenue or sales or anything like that. So take it with a grain of salt. Wouldn't chase the move here, but hey, I'll take anything. Ondas is actually green for me here today. Doing a little bit of lifting here, offsetting some of the net. I'll tell you what, I'm actually not in a bad position, largely thanks to Rocket right now.
This is kind of interesting. They Ondas created or launched the Ondas Autonomous Systems Advisory Board just last month. So his appointment, Rodham's appointment here, formally launches this. That's going to be kind of interesting. I wonder who else they're going to add to that, and what they're going to end up saying. I wonder if they're going to. It says that they're going to provide strategic guidance across product development. So I'm curious if we're going to get any headlines from that. Part of the business.
That would be awesome. All right, that's good news here today. I'm not sure that it's tradable. I'm not sure that that's tradable. I still think we want to see some more stuff from them actually come through. But nonetheless, like I said, we'll take it here today. Joe, you're right. Ondas being up a cent is a victory on a day like today. Actually up 5 cents now.
Tenon taking the next leg up here, trying to go back up towards 183.
Tenon 180 is going to be that spot. We'll see if we test that. Tesla rolling over here. I just taking a look at some of the options. Boy, a ton of stuff just came through there. Holy smokes. Boy, I can't even, I'm going to filter it. I couldn't even keep up with all that stuff that just went through there.
Looks like Reddit's trying to push back up over VWAP again. Nasty Poll and Riot. Yeah, with coin going down, I kind of think that maybe some of these other names might be going down with it. Riot down 17%. Ouch. How's Mara and all the other names like CLSK doing? So Mara down 7%, CLSK down 8.25%. Let's see, was Hut another one? Yeah, that's down 8.25% as well. Not a good day for the crypto names. Who's buying those dips? Thank you for producer for the PMI.
Global manufacturing PMI for July, 49.8 versus the 49.5 estimate.
Tenon hit 188 and then pulled back. So we're starting to put in some upper shadows here. This is getting a little concerning about how much more upside there could be in Tenon. We start getting these wicks, these candles like this. Now we are still above VWAP, so as long as we hold that, there could still be some more upside. But growing a little concerned with how hard the sellers are hitting the 180s.
BTAI still under its VWAP. That's struggling here today. Yeah, Steven saying, Ryan, we're twinning today. Rocket keeping the portfolio balanced. That and my UVX units. Okay, so good job trading UVXY. I've donated more money than I care to admit to that particular ticker, so I generally just stay away from it. But you know what? Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. This is why we have diversified positions. If Ondas starts to run here, I could actually have a day. And on a day where there's a sea of red, as Zach was saying earlier, I'll take any win I can get.
MWYN pretty much doing what we expected. This run into the open is met with selling, and it's still selling. And it's getting some support from the 65 EMA, which appears to be a support area, or was formerly a resistance area in the after hours and the pre-market. But I'm not so sure it's going to end up holding up. Maybe at the very least there could be a bounce, but I still think this goes down towards the 200 EMA at 120.
Okay.
Yeah, Brent, I'm kind of the same way. It's it might be one of those days where I just wait for things to set up. Lots of selling this morning. I haven't taken a look at the SPY yet. How's that looking this morning? Down 1.86%. Might be setting up a directional ETF trade here. Matter of fact, TQQQ is about $1.50 away from the VWAP. So
Daniel's saying Fig is knifing here.
Ooh, is it?
Indeed. Okay, there we go. So 114. So this is actually through that level we just talked about. I think 101, 100 next here.
Yeah, where it was getting some support when it came back in yesterday. That 100 area. That seems about right.
Amanda's asking, are you trading UVYX in options? That's the issue. Buy the stock. I mean, no. So I haven't traded volatility in a long time. That was actually long before this show when I was doing that, but I was not buying options. I was buying the stock. It's just I was being manipulated by the media. I was buying into the fear. This was around the time where they were going to talk about, oh my God, Trump's a Russian asset, and oh my God, this is what they're going to imprison this guy, and blah 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 blah. And I listened to all that bullshit for years, trying to play UVYX off that, and I got absolutely smoked. I learned my lesson then.
Unless there's a massive reversal in the market that just takes us right back up, it looks like we're going to have our first close underneath the 20-day SMA since June 20th. And this could end up being the first of many closes beneath the 20-day SMA, which we haven't seen since April 22nd.
So let me go back to my bigger chart here. Sorry, I was going through my list of stuff there. All right. So I had set this up earlier. The two key levels here today were going to be, do we see a potential recapture of the 20-day? So far, it don't look like that's happening here. We continue to pull away from that spot. Next here is going to be, does this find any type of support at 613 or 611? So these would be those spots that I'm looking for here as we get shaken down.
Yeah, we have been getting support around 618 in the SPY. The last couple of times we were down here on July 7th and 16th, we got support and had some pretty nice reversals that led to more upside.
You know, sorry to jump in here. Mark Petrino just told us that 620 might be a spot. Look where we're at.
Yeah. So 620 and 49 cents is a previous all-time high from July 2nd. So I'd like that particular area there as well for a potential bounce. But looking at the price action that we've had, and we have traded beneath that, there's been a couple of times where we've lost 620, gone down to 618 and reversed. So if we do lose 620, I'm looking for a 618 reversal. T-non is strong. It just printed 195.
Figma is trying to bounce. See if that's short-lived or not. Here's your T-non. I'm going to step away for just 1 sec, 13. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. And, it looks like at this point we could see T-non move all the way up to $2. There is a large amount of sellers at $2, though. So maybe that first move up there, we don't see it break through. But if it backs off, it kind of starts to curl up and go back up towards the $2 area, the next visit could be a breakout. So let's see what we end up getting here with T-non. What else are we looking at here? BTAI. What's going on here with this one? Looks like that had another pop right to the high of the regular session here just about 15 minutes ago, which was 180. And then it just, okay, so we got to 179 this time. Also pulled back towards the VWAP. So 180 still providing a lot of resistance. And you can see that there's a large concentration of sellers, 179, 180. If it continues to hammer that, though, it will eventually chew through those sellers, and we could see some higher prints. Did get to 209 in the pre-market. Looks like Open Door is getting some VWAP rejection and heading lower. FDMT also losing some levels here and potentially heading lower if it loses this 525 level. Reddit kind of just going sideways. Fig Nasty. Big Nasty, Fig Nasty. Let's take a look at Fig. Well, it's getting a little bit of a bounce. Got a bounce at 110.52. Trying to make its way back up. So it looks like 110.50 is about the support area for now.
Is this Figma?
This is Fig, yep. We are trying to make our way back up towards the earlier support area on its way down here, which is about 120. got support at there before it lost the 200 EMA for good and went lower down here to 110.52. Now it's trying to go back up toward that 120 and recapture those levels. So we'll see if that ends up happening.
Rocket stopping at about 17, pulling back to 1655. As I was just talking about on Ondas, this is not a move to chase here today. It likes to sell off on news, and what do you know? Oh, my Lord. What on earth? Let me try refreshing this. I don't know what's going on with this. I really don't.
TNON with a big red candle back to VWAP. Getting some support there. Looks like a lot of stuff in the market is pulling. MWYN that trading beneath the 65 EMA, almost to the 200 now. And AMM also doing the same thing, just going right back down to where it started.
This is working fine. I don't know what the heck just happened, but in any case, trying to show you here, I'm just pulling back off that move higher. Big bear hug out of my Rocket 15 calls. Thank you, R. Faluna. You're welcome. You're more than welcome, but you did trade that and take the risk. I'm still in. Those were March expiries.
Yeah, his hand was not on your hand. It was all your hand.
I don't know what the hell you just said, but that's all good.
Guiding the mouse, telling him when to click. It was all him is what I was saying.
Okay.
Gosh, Ryan. Gosh.
Okay, I got it. Took me a sec, but I got it.
All right. Oh, man. Not a lot of names looking really good right now. Just kind of need to exercise a little patience here, wait for things to set up. Maybe NANM might be trying to turn around here. It still needs to recapture VWAP, so not sure. It just has an interesting reversal candle 5 minutes ago, but need to see that VWAP get recaptured. Then, so TNON, here we go. This is starting to get a little bit more volume expansion, trying to make its way back up to 2, where the sellers are.
Tesla at the lows here. Tesla testing 300. That might go lower if that snaps 300. MicroStrategy also this down 6%. What's up?
I was trying to think of some other Bitcoin names. Strategy is another one. Yep.
Yeah. MSTR rolling lower here, minus 6%. This actually might break and go lower here as well.
TNON knocking on the door of 2.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was this mover that was probably the better trade here out of the day. Surprising I didn't have that on my bingo card.
Yeah, it looks like this provided 2 bingo card boxes. Medical lesson from 13 and the mover of the day.
Hey, I'll take the medical lesson, though. That ain't no problem. That ain't no problem.
198 now the high, backing off of that. So still running to $2 seller issues. Looks like FIG is still trying to recover here. Not above its VWAP yet, so keep that in mind.
What do you guys think, or when do you guys think we're going to get those FIG options? Judging by how popular that was, I would imagine we'd get that option chain pretty quick here. We got it pretty quick on CoreWeave, didn't we? So I would imagine if they don't have them today, maybe we'll get them on Monday on FIG. That actually might make trading a little bit more interesting there too.
Yeah, I can't say I know the answer to that.
Yeah, I'm just, I think it's all speculation. I don't think we're going to know for sure.
Oh, great to hear that you have Microsoft, Big Bear. Love that. All BTC proxies down. GB Slice, it looks like that is absolutely the case. It looks like we are trying to get things to turn around, though. Sorry, man.
Sorry, Lambo. Yes, I am experiencing that. I'm kind of keeping my eye here. So I keep looking off to my left here. It looks like I'm looking to the right on the camera. But looking off to the left here. Something's going on with the data feed. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what it is. They're working on fixing it. I'll give you some more information as I get it.
I was just going to mention, almost always it's usually some of the input data that's causing the issue. Here we are with TNON looking to take out 2 now. Right back up here where the sellers are, headed at 199. It really wants to take out 2, but it just does not have the volume.
And really quickly, just on more clarity about that, you'll notice that the scanner price is updating in real time on every tick. and it's the chart that's frozen. You'll also notice that we get the chart licensed from TradingView. So there's something in that TV data connection that is indeed freezing. The price quote, though, that we manage here, both in the details tool at the top and in the scanner, are updating correctly. So looks like just something here with the chart, Lambo. They're working on it right now. I can see them posting updates.
T9 hitting 2. There it goes through 2 now.
206 now on that. Yep.
Yeah, they're probably going to come right back in though. The sellers are hitting this thing hard, so there could be some squeezing. There could be some sellers getting their faces ripped off, but then they just come back in and push this thing down. Just be careful here. It's great break over 2 though, but it's getting pushed back beneath 2 again.
Yeah, nice stuff there on T9.
Looks like BTAI is trying to get above and hold above VWAP again.
Oh my God.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you guys weren't kidding about Riot earlier. Holy smokes, that is smoked here and at the lows.
Yep. Lots of things getting hit hard today.
Kevin, not always, but I think one of the things that you're seeing here is energy has been normally a little bit better recently, especially given some of the trade deals which talk about investing money in U.S. energy. So I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing that happen right now.
You know, Smoketon, I think it's happening because we just got a close over VWAP. First one we've had since we lost it early into this regular session. Still trying to chew through this pre-market supply, but it looks like it's getting some volume, enough volume that it could start to do that. So looks like 180 big area that it has to get over here.
Big Bear Hug saying Rocket is running out of rocket fuel. Let's see, though, dude, because this just pulled back to the VWAP. And so far, gosh, it looks like it's trying to hold.
If it can make it to orbit, it won't need rocket fuel.
Dude,
right.
Let's go.
Come on, man.
Oh, that was so good.
Come on, man.
That's so good. It's the little things that amuse me on a Friday. I don't know what to tell you.
Yes, Jonathan Cooper, August 5th. You're absolutely right. We had that yen carry trade. You're right. You're right. I won't forget that because we were like, we had somebody in our happy hour chat flagging us about this, and then it ended up happening.
Cad Monkey saying nice pullback there on the TQQQ. So 13, you think you got another possible TQQQ setup today if we keep pulling here out of the open?
Well, I mean, there was one opportunity just a moment ago. Now that's passed. It's setting up for the next one. Where? Let's see. What's the view at? 84.
Yeah, I've got the view up here at 84 and TQQQ at 82.
I mean, this is it's I think it's still providing some trades, but it's probably going to end up just continuing to go lower. But it's going to give these bounces as it does. So this depends on if this is the kind of thing you want to play. But being that it's been $2 extended away from its VWAP, that's further than what we're looking for in terms of extension away from that level to where we want to get into trade. But this thing, right now today, it looks like this is just the whole market's just getting hammered, and I don't want to trying to jump in front of this train. So may need to be a little bit more careful with the TQQQ trade. Wait for it to actually start forming some kind of a bottom.
I think that you're absolutely right on that, 13. I think that you're probably better off trading some of your potential gains on this trade for waiting for a confirmation of a reversal.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Well, before when we had talked about this trade, we talked about buying it when it was a certain amount away from its VWAP. Let's wait for it to maybe start returning to its VWAP before we take a look at that. I would say at least here early in the day. Maybe it'll be a little bit different later in the day, but so far a little bit.
TNON continuing to move higher, and they have just a large concentration sellers of every 10 cents away. So 230, 240, 250, large walls of sellers. So there you go. That's where we're going to see the price run up to and probably stop.
For those of you that are watching the VIX continuing to climb here, 2158 on your VIX chart. Tesla at lows, pounding the lows, Win at lows, Apple at the lows. My second worst investment of all time at the lows. You guys want to see what that is? At this point, I just can't do anything but laugh at it. Thankfully, I've been able to kind of cushion some of these gains. Look at this. Look at Portillo's. And for any of you that have been to Chicago or been to a Portillo's, you probably know why this has like a special place in my heart. It is one of the worst stocks I have ever had the misfortune of owning. When I ask for forgiveness from the Lord, I ask for forgiveness for talking about Portillo's because this has been such a bad investment and trade. Oh man, I don't even know how to really manage this thing anymore.
TNON still rising. I think this goes to 280. Isn't this wild?
TNON, I'll tell you what. Okay, so Ryan's made no day trades here today, but Ryan is not doing well with some of the calls here. We did not hold the 20-day moving average, and TNON, the better of the trades here, one of those movers there. Yeah, Pete, I think you got that right. Eat the Italian beef sandwich because that's still good there, but man, sell the stock. That's actually not bad.
TQQQ did give a pretty good trade there. We were $2 extended away from the VWAP, and it reversed pretty hard. Now, I don't know if it's going to continue to keep going back up towards VWAP, but that was a pretty big extension away from, we were looking for like 125, 150, and it was $2.
Yeah.
And it was $2. So that was a pretty good rebound there. And here we are. Now it's starting to come in lower again. So it's to the point I was saying here, be careful with this today. The market is not having a good day. Market's not. Doesn't mean that we can't. We can have a great day.
This is the opening reaction off the open here. I'm not saying that the market can't bounce here, but I'm just saying that I don't know that early moves to try and pick the bottom is the right move here today. I suspect you should probably be a little bit more conservative here today with some of those. Just a guess.
Yeah, Gary, I think that's the crazy level was 280. If you look on a daily chart, that is it's a little bit of a higher value, but it's the 280 is about where you have the 200 EMA on the daily. Many times we have seen this get tested on rips, the 65 to 200. So that's my stupid level for today, 280 TNON. And if it goes past that, we'll look at some other levels that it has run to, because back in March, it had a massive move.
Big bear hug. Since when is Netflix a defensive stock? I guess the cure for Netflix is low prices, right? Just to have Netflix sell off, eventually it's going to bounce here. We talked about maybe adding this down at 11. It never quite got there. Part of me wonders if this does retake 1200 and make a move towards those highs. Don't know that I trust this here yet, but Netflix still doing all right. Netflix actually one of the best performers here today, given the poll we're seeing here.
Why don't we see what happens at 1200? If it can come back up to there and recapture 1200, then I think that we're going to probably see more upside. But I'm looking at the price action. It looks like 1200 could be a resistance area. Stop it, Gary. Trading these crazy movers, it's always about entry. Do not be the bag holders buying at the tops. Absolutely. You're right about that, Zach. It could last a little bit longer than today. Let's see what we end up getting next week. But as we've been pointing out with the seasonality, this is about the time where we really start to get see the seasonality turn negative and begin to chop around. So I think next week we could see some continued downside. I don't believe that's going to happen all through August. We're going to get a lot of back and forth. So let's just kind of just wait for that bottom to emerge. And I think that we could start to see some of that next week, maybe the week after.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that. I think the big thing here is going to be August is likely to be choppy. Mm-hmm. And so I think that you're going to get a lot of kind of back and forth here with August. Or in August, I should say, not with it.
TNON, new high 247. Current candle right now looks a little bit Well, we still have about a minute and a half left, so let's just see what ends up happening with this. But it's kind of looking like the buyers and sellers are reaching a bit of indecision.
Lot of VIX products showing up on the scanner.
We also talked about that earlier this week too. The VIX. Remember
about buying that volatility as a hedge when it was cheap, not chasing it. That's actually exactly what we talked about. You don't want to chase the move, rather you want to add it when it's cheap and sell into that move down.
And where's Bickabees? Because he
he's probably printing.
Yeah, he gave us that range. That was I was pointing out the low from since Trump has been in office. That was like 14.58, and he was looking. I think Bickabees is looking for a gap in 1450 to 1475. We got all that, and we've been seeing the VIX rise ever since.
So interestingly enough, here I am seeing some bounces. Tesla has bounced off of its lows. Goldman Sachs has bounced off of its lows. Netflix didn't really sell off, but that's bouncing. Apple stopped selling off. NBIS is bouncing here. And I look over at the Bitcoin futures, and what do you know? Bitcoin bouncing off of the lows. So our assessment that Bitcoin, really kind of a risk-on, risk-off indicator, seems to be holding here. Rocket, by the way, that might be returning to the $17 high that we had. So might still be some opportunity in here. Bitcoin might be telling us what to do.
Take your break at those gains. Joby, Joby's been getting mentioned a lot. I don't feel like we've looked at it enough. We probably should take a gander here.
Thanks for the kind words there, Brent.
Yep.
Just want to confirm here, Ryan is informative and has a great radio voice. You're not saying that I'm made for radio and shouldn't have my video camera on, right, boss? Although, as an aside, I've actually been told at 3 other jobs that I've had that I have the perfect voice for radio. If anyone knows anyone in the radio or voiceover business, hook it up. I could use a side gig.
Yeah, maybe call.
Especially if the market keeps selling off, I might need a new side gig. LOL.
Call plays for the Bears.
I'm not even going to touch that one right now.
Yeah. Hey, Smoketon, I agree. Be nice. Oh, you mean Bloom Energy? So yeah, he's looking at Bloom Energy.
I see what you did there, 13.
I think that had earnings, didn't it? It had earnings yesterday.
Yeah, after hours, sold off again, and is bouncing here. Actually, I should have mentioned this with the stocks that were bouncing. Ondis is bouncing, by the way.
Massive short squeeze in Bloom Energy. You have 31.8% of the float shorted, almost 5 days to cover.
All right, so who's trading TQQQ? Because it looks like we're getting a bounce on that too.
Yep. I took a couple trades there. I don't have any right now, but this is, we're just talking about how extended away from the VWAP it was. It always seems to set up really, really well when it gets too extended. And since it was beyond the 125, 150 range that we usually go for, and it was $2, I was like, that's not bad. So I took a little stab at it and got some on the rebound there.
Okay, good job. Good on that one, 13. Here's Tenon. Let's see, Tenon dipping. So did we put in a top? Is that over? Did we put in a top? Where are we at? Let me just pull up the chart. I can answer a lot of my own questions here. I don't have to necessarily ask you guys. All right, here's your pullback. So let me know, Tuna, whoever was looking at this one, is this a buyable pullback here if we get to VWAP? I've got VWAP at 177. Maybe this holds on to 2.
So I was just mentioning with Tenon in that last candle, it looked like there was some indecision, and you got some sellers here. But to answer your question, it looks like that was a bit of a buyable dip because it's starting to rise back up again. Now, I don't know if this is going to go on to break 250 like I think some of us would like to see, but I do like that it's starting to put in a series of wicks beneath the real body here. Let's just see how this ends up closing. I think we need to just wait this. I'm going to wait this candle out.
Do we ever trade, Gabriel asking, do we ever trade ETFs? Yes, but not the ones that you listed. At least I don't. SCHD and SCHG. Is that the one that Mayhem was talking about? Schwab, the dividend equity? I can't.
Open Door has a trend line that it's trying to break over. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah, it's okay. Gabriel, we do trade ETFs here. In fact, the entire TQQQ thing we were just talking about is a successful ETF strategy that we have used. But the 2 ETFs that you listed here, I've never traded these. I cannot recall a time where I've traded these. Let me know what the thought process is here. 13, I'm going to go to Open real quick so we can take a look at that chart together. So here you go. Yeah, your VWAP crossed just right now. Good mention there, 13.
Yeah, but it's the trend line that I was referring to. We dropped from the high of the pre-market there at 215 through the high of the regular session.
I see it.
It's trying to get over this trend line right now, and VWAP's also in the way. But so I'm thinking that if we do manage to close over this trend line, we're going to see this come further up into $2, maybe even hit that 215 or higher level. But the volume right now, not enough to get up and over this yet. So
and actually, this almost looks like a head fake at VWAP. I'm sorry to run you over, but here, right at VWAP, right at that trend line you just had me draw, it's stopping there, dude.
Again, it's a little bit of a lower print here in TNON, but not breaking beneath VWAP yet. Smoke Tuna was mentioning that the load level, it looks like to be about 191 if it holds there. So let's just see. I mean, and that's just above where I have VWAP. So let's see if we get that. We're getting right near that load area that he's talking about.
Real quick here, I see a couple of back and forth comments here about trading and quitting your job. Just from my own personal experience, a couple of things to consider here. Number one, make sure that you have twice the amount of buffer that you think you need for the bad times, because there will be bad times. But also, if you have a job, in particular a job that gives you something like health insurance, make sure you're going to factor in all of the costs that you have to replace. Because one of the things that I noticed, I used to work at a bank job that I absolutely hated. And when I first started trading, I was up like 10 G's in the first month. And I was like, oh, dude, I'm not going back to work for somebody else. And then reality set in over the next 3 months as I came back to equilibrium on that. If you don't think about all of the costs that you're going to have to replace, you're going to be awfully surprised when some of those start to mount, and then you start feeling pressure from trading. I'm a huge proponent of having multiple income streams, and I think trading is a great one. I think you all can do it, but I would be very careful about you trying to give up a guaranteed paycheck, especially if it provides you health insurance in any capacity in favor of trading, unless you have a substantial amount to carry you through the bad times. Just my own 2 cents. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying there was a period where I thought I was going to be able to do this. I was way too early on that. I'm not nearly as good as some of these other traders here, the guys that have multiple Lamborghinis. Just be careful. Be careful. There's nothing wrong with having multiple ways of earning income.
Yeah.
I once heard a long time ago, wealthy people have 5 sources of income. One of the things, there's 2 key things that I've learned from people that are actually wealthy and lead good lives. 2 things. Number one, they are very good at not wasting money. So even though they have money, they don't waste money on frivolous stuff. The second thing is that they're always thinking about how they can make more money. Always. That never turns off. It's like a switch that's stuck in the on position. So those are 2 things from a personality standpoint that I think you can adapt.
And Gunny putting it in a very succinct way too.
I won't repeat it, but Gunny is not wrong.
He's not.
What he's saying. He is not wrong, folks. Rocket moving back towards the highs. Andis absolutely ripping. Somehow, I've gone green today, and real green.
Info's getting deployed.
Now let's talk about that. Do you think that's what's happening here, 13? Do you think first of the month we're getting some inflows and that's buoying this sell-off?
Sure. Then let's see what happens next week when we don't. That's all. I'd say that. So far, Smoke Tuna's mention of 191. Let's see if we can find some footing here. That's holding up pretty well so far. Still holding up above VWAP. Got to get recapture 2 here, and we can start moving up higher. Microsoft below the 50-day. I haven't looked at Microsoft since yesterday. Let's see what we got here.
Did that give anything back off that initial move?
We're pretty far away from the 50-day SMA. The 50-day SMA is 488.62.
This has given back 60+% of the earnings pop up to 560.
Well, I mean, so did Google. Google gapped up and gave all that back. I anticipate this will do the same. But mean, there was a massive move that it had, a big old breakout move, and it's got to come back in, fill that gap, and then we can go. Tenon, well done, smoked tuna on that loading call. Now it's not rocketing away from that area yet, but that was exactly where it went down to.
Smoked tuna deserves he deserves the register ring for that.
Day and night.
Damn it! Here.
That's how long he deserves it, day and night. Here we go with Open Door. This
actually ended up working somehow.
Open Door trying again to make its way over that trend line now.
Oh, that's good stuff. Okay. Tenon Fig. I took my eye off that for just long enough. I actually don't have that in one of my other charts here too, so I'm not actually looking at it. But you're right. Fig bouncing. Let's see. VWAP here, 126.90 on Fig. Current price, 123. So got a couple more points here to reclaim that VWAP.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see this back. Probably back over 127.50. That seems to have been the resistance area. Oh, it was a support area earlier this morning. Now it's resistance. I'd like to see it the price recapture that. I might get that in a moment here. Yeah, nice to see everything starting to turn around. Well, maybe not everything. NAMM, one of the movers from this morning, still beneath its VWAP. Same thing with NMWYN. The two we weren't so sure about aren't doing so sure or doing very surely things. BTAI.
Surely.
Yeah, BTAI, another one with a trend line that looks like it's trying to break it or getting close to breaking it. That might, let's see, what, 173? Okay, so perfect. This lines up with where the sellers are. There's a large concentration of sellers at 173. If you draw a trend line from the high of the pre-market through the high of the regular session.
Sorry, which ticker? I got confused because I was reading the chat.
BTAI.
BTAI, that's what Jay Walker is talking about.
Perfect. So yeah, you can draw a trend line from the high of the pre-market through the high of the regular session.
Bang, bang, bang.
And the price is coming up to that area right now. That area is going to be about 173, which is where that concentration of sellers are. So blow through that, I think we could see 180, 185.
Bitcoin still bouncing here, by the way. That low was 114,200 on the futures here. We're at 115.8, looking like we're trying to take 116. That's Bitcoin, the Bitcoin futures. Amanda talking about CrowdStrike. We talked about a lot about the cybersecurity area. I know PanW has been pulling back. Here's your CrowdStrike chart. Here's your daily chart. Amanda, so if I extend this trend line, are we testing this one? I'll be damned.
$40. I'm sorry, $400.
So, okay, so you're thinking we pull back to 400. This is interesting to me because I'm pretty sure you had me draw this trend line 13 from the top of the February move through these tops in May.
Yep.
And we're actually back testing that trend line right now.
I'm pretty sure I drew the one for the highs.
Also, yeah, I think we drew both of these.
Yeah. I don't think I had you draw anything on the underside, but
oh, okay. Well, then I did, and I'll just take credit for it because we're bouncing off that trend line right now.
As you should.
I promised you guys we were going to have fun today.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a short-term bounce coming in CrowdStrike, but I kind of have this feeling that we're not done with the downside yet. I really do like 400 better. We'll see if I'm right about that or not. Let's just see how much of a reversal we get from bouncing here at about what was it, 435 or 438 that we reversed off of. We need to recapture the 50-day SMA, and I think that's going to probably be our indicator of whether or not there's going to be more upside or downside.
Jay here, and I'm not trying to start shit here, but I'm trying to actually determine if there's material information for the trade here. Jay mentioning crowd, don't forget the Hillary stuff, seeing it brought up more. So I think I know what you're referring to with the Hillary stuff, but what is the connection to CrowdStrike specifically?
Oh yeah, sorry, T9 just with a nasty knife there.
And while we're waiting for that, PanW, this was another cybersecurity name that we had been talking about. I think we said 160, 165 was the area, the pullback area on this. Do you remember? Anyway, we hit 168.5. We're almost down at that area. Frankly, I'd love to see this 500-day get tested again. Look what happened the last time PanW did that. Tell you what, those folks that traded this on the one-day bounce and then also took a long position, I think it was Tess, probably a pretty good move. Excuse me, sorry about that. You're able to lower your cost basis on that.
Thinking about it, hit SARK, nice. Tenon, yeah, that lost its VWAP. I don't know if it's done. I think I'd like to see if it's going to provide some support at 155. If it gets down there. But if we end up losing that, then I'd be a little bit more concerned about this being done for the morning.
Thank you, Jay, Joe, and David. Thank you. I've been reading about that stuff, but I didn't have any connections to any actual equities. I'm going to say that that's above my pay grade, so I'll probably watch that, but appreciate that. Maybe there is more downstream. Maybe you get that 400 target 13 was just talking about. That'd be something.
Okay, so Smoke Tuna, you're looking for 170 in Tenon. That's the whole.
I'm going to go back to my main workspace here.
Okay.
Palo Alto, I still think 165 is one of those areas we should have in mind.
A nice big turnaround in the TQQQ.
Yeah, that market is still bouncing here. That was a really good call. I'm sorry I was waffling on that one. Man, that was a really good call.
Open this past the trend line, trying to hold above 2 and above VWAP. Just the volume isn't that great, but it's still, still moving up. All right, what else we got here? So those first two names we were looking at this morning still going down. BTAI still looks like this is going to try and break this trend, but the volume needs to be better, especially if it's going to get over 170 where there's a large seller in the way.
Apple, next leg down, 204.51, your low print, but that looks like that's got no bottom in sight so far. Amazon, on the other hand, looks like it put in the bottom in the pre-market. Interesting that that's diverging. Do you prefer QQQ over VOO? Yeah, generally speaking, I look at SPY, Q, DIA, and IWM more than any of the other ETFs.
Yeah, VOO, that's the vehicle I use for investing in the S&P 500.
Take care of yourself, Rhett. Really good stuff here this week. We'll be back next week.
Yep, take care, Rhett.
Coeur d'Alene in Idaho for vacation. Talk to you from there. If you're going to Idaho on vacation, I expect pictures. Idaho is stunningly beautiful. And I expect pictures. You now have a homework assignment, Rhett. LOL. Palo Alto bouncing here, actually looking like it's trying to get back to its opening price. Sorry, 13. Didn't mean to run you over.
That's okay. I was just making a joke comment. Like, say hi to Micron while you're out there in Idaho. Well, looks like Reddit's still trying to get back up to that 190.5 area. Continuing to climb.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for the dead air there. Just reading some stuff.
Yep. Yeah, all good. So was I. We're reading at the same time. Look, that's part of it, by the way.
Mm-hmm. FIG making its way up to the 65 EMA. That value is 131.13. Looks like Tenon getting a little bit of or attempted reversal here after going to 166, 167. Volume does need to expand here if we're going to turn around.
Someone was asking about Oscar recently. Look, I don't necessarily have any updated opinion on Oscar at this point. I want to see what they say for the earnings report. I am seeing some calls get bought into today's down move. It actually tried to go green there right out of the open. Looks like it did temporarily go green, but right back to red here and rolling over to maybe those pre-market lows.
Oh,
and that was the news on Joby, right? Is that what you're owing about?
No. What's going on with Joby?
Here, Marty is saying here in the chat, L3 Harris, Joby Aviation partner to develop military aircraft. That was from Reuters. That was news that we had here this morning. Also, JP Morgan went from 5 to 7 on the price target. Joby's 17.5.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about where this is at. It's a little high up here, and it looks like we just had a double top on the daily. So if this can't recapture 18, I'm a little concerned about this coming back into 16, maybe even lower. Yeah. Archer on the other hand. Sorry to cut you off.
You're good. You're good. David here's asking about BMNR. Says, what do you think of Tom Lee's BMNR? Okay. Well, so first of all,
wasn't it SBET that he was?
I was going to say, aren't you referring to SBET? But BMNR was one of those treasury, Bitcoin treasury catalysts. I think this one had the Peter Thiel stake in it. I'll say this, just kind of generally about those Bitcoin treasury stocks. That theme seems to be drying up. It definitely still gives an initial pop, but the amount of carry through on that, not great, and not all that great for trading.
It was just what I was going to mention with Archer. This one has been hammered compared to Joby recently after hitting 1373. I feel like this is has come down to a bit of a support area, and there's a couple of things that I'm seeing here with this area that makes me think it's a support area, and that's the previous price action we had earlier this year where it was getting support from this area, but there's also a trend line that you could draw from May 16th through June 11th, and if you keep going, the candle today is bouncing off of that as support. So I'm wondering if this may be a spot where this turns around.
May 16th through June 11th on Archer.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find that here.
Draw it's a trend line to a downside trend line.
May 2nd. Where's May 16th? 14th. Right here, right?
Yep, that's it.
Yep. And then you're drawing it through this.
Yep.
And then through here, right? Okay, got you.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure I get that correct, so I don't. There you go.
Well, we're getting it as support because I'm using the top of the wick. So yeah, we're getting that trend line as support today. We seem to be bouncing off of it. So looking for a recapture of 10 from here.
You guys, okay, BMNR is the Ethereum hedge fund that Tom Lee is associated with. So SBET, also one of those things. Tom Lee, I guess he was talking about that one day. Okay. My opinion still holds true on that. Those crypto treasury strategies, they get that huge pop and they often pull back. I don't know if it's ever going to get back up there. I'm the crypto treasury strategy that I like, that I can say I like with confidence is strategy, MSTR. The rest of these almost seem like kind of trying to chase that, and I just don't feel great about that. I have no position in BMR. I would not feel comfortable holding that long term.
BTAI trying to get over the trend line we drew earlier. It does look like T9.
Yeah.
It looks like T9 is trying to turn around here, but still beneath VWAP.
Glenn, Ondas at 222, isn't that 222? Isn't that one of the fib levels that you have been reporting on? 224, the intraday high. We've tested it twice. Riot down 15% here today, even with Bitcoin bouncing back.
Reddit testing the session highs. Man, ever since that bottom in TQQQ, it's been green candles all the way back up here. T9 still getting a little bit more volume expansion here, making its way up to VWAP. Thinking about it, likes the Ethereum crypto strat of BTBT. And
Yeah, Jonathan Saylor was on Squawk on the Street this morning, wasn't he? Was he saying this stuff here this morning? Here, just Jonathan mentioning Saylor was in news interviews saying that they're targeting an MNAV of 2.5 to 4. The current MNAV is 169.
BTAI broke the trend line, making session highs now.
Trend lines are still important to our trading here. I think this 180 might be a resistance area, though, 13.
Yes. But I think we're going to take it out. There it goes. It printed a little bit higher and pulled, but well, let's see if we get a back test of this trend line and try to push higher. T9 also pulling a little bit here. Got close to VWAP, but no break over that quite yet. Right at new session highs. Meanwhile, NOM and MWYN still going lower. Glad we didn't hit those. Excellent. Yeah. Hood, great bounce is Clarence. Let me look at Hood. I'm going to look at Hood. I'm going to look at Bull afterwards to see what that one's doing. So
okay, and while we do that here, BTAI did kind of stop right there at that 180. Might still take it out here, but so far finding resistance there, right on that spot.
Yeah, so Hood getting some support from the demand zone down here from early July, around 930. I'll say it, 93.25. So right in the middle of that consolidation. Now let's look at Bull here.
Yeah, he was right about this being an impressive bounce on Hood as well. That was a good mention here. Let me bring up Bull as well.
So Bull, this is the area where I think it needed to go before it starts to turn around. Now it looks like we are trying to turn around here because I want to see something similar to what happened back in April, where we hit this 1350 level and then came back above it and reversed. I'm looking for a reversal at this stage here now. So we'll see if we end up getting that. Because if we do get a reversal and start making our way back upwards, recapturing that 20-day SMA, I think we're going to be seeing the start of the move back up towards 18 and through it.
Okay. JPN, awesome call on TQQQ. Bang. Nice. Glad it worked for you. Bang, bang, bang. Amanda saying it's official. After closing my latest sold call, my honest cost basis is 1 cent. Amanda, teach me the secrets to lower my cost basis to 1 cent. That would be sick. Great job. That can be a forever hold for you. Your cost basis is 1 cent.
Penny for your thoughts.
Penny for your thoughts. I mean, the only risk now is if that company goes bankrupt.
Here we go. It looks like, BTAI, if we get some more volume expansion, this thing I think is going over 185 with some authority.
I am still thinking that it is flirting with 180. I know we peaked above here, but boy, it's having a tough time holding above it.
Yeah. So, I wouldn't be surprised if this came and back tested that trend line. It is starting to put in a series of upper shadows here. So this is starting to look like we may get a turnaround here unless we get some kind of volume expansion that takes us over that level.
Now, the volume had been ticking up here, 13. To your point about the expansion, we get another consecutive buying volume stick here. I think that does go through that spot.
Let's see here. What else is looking good?
Yeah. Netflix, 11.75, so not quite at 12 yet, but that's still strong here today. Apple sell-off might be done. Amazon not really going up anymore. And the VIX pulled back from above 20 to 19.5.
Reddit new highs again, looking for pre-market highs. After hours highs now. We have a high of 193.87. Current high of this regular session is 191.67.
Has anyone seen any unusual options in Reddit here today? I've got pretty much everything on the call side here today. Looks like the August monthlies are the most active. There are some here for today, but those are probably the most negligible.
Getting asked about CNVS.
Like
Oh,
someone closed an order here, 1.3 million, closed 720 contracts. The 170 strike that expired this week on Reddit. That was an earnings play.
what is
Which one? 13, sorry.
Well, we're just getting asked from Top Talk Stocks about CNVS.
Okay.
This getting a near bounce off the 50-day SMA. I don't know, what this company is. It looks like it might be a movie theater company, but let's see. Streaming technology entertainment company, core business operated. Streaming channels with enthusiast base fans. Large scale. What is this? A streaming platform? Is that what this is? I don't know anything about this. It looks like it's a streaming platform of some kind, or you'll have to tell me more about this. But just looking at the chart, it looks like you're just getting you're getting a bounce off the 50-day SMA or near it after, and you have earnings coming up in 12 days. What do we look? What are you wanting to know about this, just beyond what I just mentioned here? Top talk.
BTAI, by the way, did resolve through that 180
All right.
and the trend line. 2 tests coming here on BTAI. Next spot after 2 going to be that high from the pre-market 210.
Perfect. Love seeing this large seller at 2. Let's take that guy out, and then we'll see.
And your volume is expanding, 13.
Perfect. Excellent. Hopefully, folks, you're getting paid on this one. Great move through that trend line. Great move up towards 2. Love to see it. Now, if we could get Tinon to come back and go to that 280 ridiculous level, then I could go into the weekend with a smile on my face. Because I love it when my stupid levels get hit.
Yeah, it's rather amusing. I'm amused by that as well.
Master was asking for targets for BTAI. So we just mentioned one, $2. That's got that big seller in the way there. So we're hitting that right now. It looks like we might end up going through it here in a moment. After that, let me just get you another level here. After 225, 230 looks like it could be another area. After that, I mean, I do see some spots like before 3, like I see how like 255 could be an area, but $3 looks like a really important level. So I'd be looking at $3 if we can get above 2 and hold.
Rejected right at 2 there on BTAI.
Yeah, large amount of sellers there.
Now, this was the same thing that happened at the trend line and the same thing that happened at 180, and it took a sec, but it ended up resolving through both of those. So maybe we don't want to write this off yet. Keep an eye on the volume, see if it keeps flowing in there.
All right, so it looks like another nasty pull in Tinon, but it is trying to rebound.
That market bounce might be temporarily over as we're pulling back from that.
We did get that 155 print in Tinon, so I that's pretty close to where I was looking for some support. Let's see if that holds up. I think you might actually get some, might be getting some kind of a reversal in NAMM. I saw a lot of these names that were getting hammered yesterday and didn't really make any kind of move until in the afternoon. So I kind of expect some of these to make a move later on. We already passed that 10:30 volume leaves the market time we usually see every morning. But a lot of these names, they do end up coming back and making some, giving some trade opportunities in the afternoon. So we'll see if that ends up happening. Is Tinon done? I feel like it'll be done for me anyway, if we start trading down probably beneath 125. I mean, there's still some bounce levels, but I don't think I'd be sticking around beyond 150. What do you say? Think, Smoke Tuna? I don't think this is quite done yet.
Tinon needs to hold 157 or otherwise it is done. And that actually, looking at the chart here, I think I know exactly where Tuna is getting that from. That is going to be that top wick of the pre-market candle. That is exactly 157. Looking at this here, I would say this is done. The caveat that I would leave is that if we start to get volume to expand and maybe we take some of these levels, sure, maybe that puts it back in play. But I like Tuna's call here at 157. I really like that area. That looks really good. We'll see.
And it could just blast through it right here too.
Take care of yourself, Amanda. Have a
Take care,
good
Amanda.
weekend. Hopefully swimming is going well for you and your swimmers. My dad was a swim coach. His swim team's name was Faluna's Tunas. So just saying.
And were you flying, Ryan?
No, I actually just kind of took over the tuna nickname. When I was a young kid, I was in a swim class that was hosted at the college that my father worked at, and one of his former swimmers was the swimming instructor. So she just started calling me Tuna. That was a nickname that stuck with me. And the first day I walked onto Indiana University campus and I met my friends, Indiana friends, they're like, oh, your nickname is Tuna. And that was the end of that chapter, as they say. That is still following me around.
Getting a little bit more of a lift here in NAMM. So I don't know if this is actually going to try to start doing anything, but it's still beneath the VWAP, and it has not been able to get back above the VWAP despite the green candles it has today. So even if we do get a lift here in NAMM, I don't think anything's this is going to rise too much until it gets back above VWAP. So TNON, however, this did get a little bit of a reversal off of 175, but I think it still needs some more volume if we're going to get back up to VWAP and see those levels we were mentioning earlier. Open door, this is back up to 2. So kind of getting a little lift from there. That one, BTAI, this still in play. Looks like it wants to try for 2 again. Just remember, we are past 10:30.
Yeah, we are.
The volume is not there as it was earlier. FDMT went up to VWAP. I'm sorry, 65 EMA. Second visit in this regular session. Last time it was up here, it ended up selling off. Guess the creation of smoked tuna handle. Only funny responses. I know I'm going to come up with one.
I mean, my only guess is more of a serious one. This is your favorite thing to drink with your French wine. Favorite thing to eat alongside your French wine. That's all I got.
You were fishing one day, and a dead fish kind of floated up. It was a salmon, and what was funny about it is that there was a cigar in its mouth, and that's where the name came from. Anyway, open door. We're getting a little bit of a lift here.
Rocket, I know it pulled back from its impulse move there, but as it's actually holding near the highs, I would still watch a move on a potential move. I would still watch Rocket on a potential move to 17. IMAB looks like it might be bouncing. TNON really needs to get above the VWAP to continue here.
BTAI, big pull beneath 185 down to the trend line where it is currently getting support. That's also beneath VWAP. This might be finished here with this pull. If it loses this trend line, I think we're going to see the 65 EMA. Open. That was a nice move, though. See if it gets up to 215. That was the pre-market high. Reddit continuing to. Okay, so I think we may have hit that pre-market. Almost. Nope, almost. Or the after hours high. So we're looking for 193.87. Current high is 193.45, and it's still making some new highs. 193.49 now, almost at that after hours high.
Here's BBAI. This actually did start. Looks like it tried to take the next leg up there. We'll see if this thing can go red-green. BBAI.
Hood had a nice reversal. I think's on a bit of a tear now. How's Webble? Is that looking good too? It's turned around a little bit. And still hasn't been able to recapture 1350, but it needs to do that. All right, we're still getting some more upside here in open. Could this go on another rip?
Oh my God, open, yeah.
Yep.
Wow, 215, the next breakout spot there.
Yep. That's what I'm looking for. We're almost there. Lots of sellers at 215, 220, 226, and 230.
Jay, did you
Whoa.
Did you reload this one? Open? I know you were super early on this. You were sub $1 on your entry on this one. Let me know if you reloaded on that move back down.
We are really hitting that spot right now at 13. I'm sorry, that 215.
Yeah, we are. Volume's huge too.
Biggest volume, and there's still time left in this, so this might be the biggest volume candle we get in a regular session so far.
I'm gonna watch this. Yeah, Jay, you did. Okay, good. Jay.
Oh, okay. So it's smoked tuna. That's a traditional food, part of the Maldivian cuisine.
Are you Maldivian?
BTAI called it early. Well, when was that, before or after it ripped? Because yes, now it's down to the 65 EMA like I was looking for, and that was a bounce spot previously. I don't know that it's going to hold up this time, so we'll see what we end up getting here with this move.
Rocket might be trying 17 again.
Take care, Judge.
Yeah, peace and love, Judge. Take care of yourself. Smoke tuna, Ryan. That's the hint. Okay, well, so there you go. See, you guys, I ask you questions about yourself based on your handles and what you tell me. So, tuna here, you're saying that smoked tuna has been a huge part of Maldivian cuisine. So, the only follow-up question I have is, are you Maldivian? If we rewind back to last week, one of our viewers here, Brittany Tall, I asked her if she was tall because tall was in the name, and y'all started busting me like I was trying to do Bumble. Like what? Like, come on. I mean, I'm trying to learn about you folks here, Smoke Tuna. I don't think you might be the first Maldivian person I know, if that's the case. This is the new Blander asking, where is the bottom on UNH? So we did go through the 248, 88, 250 level here. Joe, weren't you saying 240?
So I was looking for 250, and if we go beyond this, which we have, I was looking at like 200, 185, 200.
Okay, and I think Big B's, were you at 175 to 200? Let me know what those price targets were here on UNH. This to me is in, I mean, I got, you know what, here, let me go back to a bigger chart. We can try to find maybe some next support levels down here now that we've taken out the current level that we were trying to trade that against. Let me bring this up here. 13, you probably have these marked off on your chart already.
The levels I'm looking for?
Yeah, here we go. So next one here, 210. And then 190, and these are basically the 210 level is a double bottom back from 2019. The 190, or what is that? 189, 190 level. That's the during COVID, or it looks yeah, that's the COVID low. Excuse me.
Looks like open doors continuing to try and move up. Now there may be some pulling back here to about 205. But if it holds 205, like if it holds $2.205, then I think we may see another move up to take out 215. And yes, T9 doesn't look like it's finished yet. Let's see how this current candle closes.
Adjust. There we go. Thank you. All right. So here's a look at our SPY chart. Boy, oh boy. Mark Petrino coming on here in the pre-market and saying 620 looks like a support. So far, that is the level that we have held. Mark getting it done yet again, folks. See if that changes. See if that changes.
I still like 618. That's been the support every time we've had a big drop down. That's where we ended up going. We had remember the last time we had a bearish engulfing candle. The next day we opened inside and went right down to 618, and then came back up and went positive. I don't know if we'll see that today, but the next time we make it down to 618, I'm either expecting a reversal or a massive knife through it. One of those two.
We'll see. Kevin, take care of yourself. Really
Take
good
care,
stuff here. Enjoy your weekend as well, man.
All right, so still having a hard time here with Kenon.
Look at BTAI, dude. This stopped right at that pre-market high, yanked all the way back down to the trend line and held there.
Went to the 65 EMA. I'm not sure we're still going to get more out of this. It's beneath my VWAP, but it is above that trend line that I mentioned that we drew. So I don't know. I feel like this could try to give a bounce, but it may end up just creating a bear flag. So I'd still say be careful with BTAI after that knife. It looks like we may end up. I don't know. What do you think here, Smoke Tuna? It's. I'm kind of on the fence here about Tenon. Yeah, that's a great callback there to Boeing, Crocodile Dummy, because it's never seen that price since then. It just hasn't. Just a slew of bad news. Safety issues, constantly losing billions of dollars every quarter. I mean, there is just not a lot to like about Boeing, with all the recent news it's had. But it seems like it's still trying to turn itself around. And it has a big backlog, so take it if you like it. BTI is not strong enough. Yeah, it wasn't looking like it's getting the volume that it needs to get back above VWAP. But what about Tenon? It's kind of looking the same to me. It doesn't have the volume that it needs. Tenon might still get a few trades. Okay. I'm not sure about either. Meanwhile, Open Door looking pretty decent.
Marben asking about gold. Gold just popped here. Really, this comes down to, are the lows in for the day? If the lows are in on the SPY for the day, gold is probably found a double top here around 309. If the SPY goes down and retests 620 and maybe even snaps it, I think GLD will trade higher on this. This is just inverse trading the market here today.
So with gold going higher, the one that you're going to, I think, want to look at next is going to be silver, because that's going to follow gold. Here we go. Open Door. Boom. New highs. New highs, guys.
220 next. What was the intraday high from Wednesday? Was 225. Let's see if we get 225 here on open. Jay, I know you said you reloaded this. What's your price target to unload this? Or is this now moving to a long-term? Wow, huge seller there at 220, by the way, and it's real. They hit it, but they couldn't take it out.
Yeah, there's a lot of big sellers at 220, 226, and 230. We're talking hundreds of thousands of shares.
Yeah. Sade, we cannot tell you where to buy stocks, but what I can tell you on Intel is that the $19 support area has held pretty much all year here this year. So I'd look at 19 and I wait and see what Intel does at 19.
Yeah, I like that area too. And it's getting to be pretty oversold as well. I still think it could come down maybe under 19 to about 1850 area. It's done that before. It's actually gone as low as 1774, or I'm sorry, 1770. Back on when we had the Liberation Day unwind, but we haven't been back down that low since.
Jay ringing the register there on open. I like it. I like Excellent. It. That was a really good call, Jay, too. You gave us that again. Might have to start following Jay a little bit more often.
Great
Sometimes
stuff.
I can't tell. Sometimes I can't tell. He's joking, poking, smoking.
We only have one person smoking here, and that's Tuna, unless Wisdom shows up.
It was Anne-Marie. I thought the same thing. As soon as you said, unless Wisdom shows up, and I heard the little sound, I was like, what?
Oh, he's here.
But no, that wasn't it. That was something else.
All right.
That
Well,
was something else. Really interesting timing there.
finally getting a little bit of pullback here in Reddit after hitting 195.57. So that takes out the after hours high from yesterday. Now it's coming off those levels. Tenon, yeah, I'm not sure about that. This one here. Probably same thing with BTAI. It's coming back down to test that trend line. I get the sense that we might end up falling through it again here and go into the 65 EMA. I mean, it's been a great morning, so I don't think I'd be inclined to really push my luck on anything.
I'll tell you this. I woke up, I took a look at the market. I knew what the news was. I knew it was tariff day. I go, okay, maybe we're just going to have a red day today. Got out of the shower, grabbed my red polo shirt out of the thing, threw it on, said, okay, I'll just accept it here today. And somehow, against what seemingly all odds here, I'm green.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show you, it is actually a pretty good morning.
Yeah, let's not change that, folks. Let's not change that. Let's not take a good day and turn it into a bad one.
Definitely not. I know several of you folks were mentioning NB. I'm sorry for not really covering this. This is at the highs here, up, 10% just about. It is over its 100-day average volume. Float's pretty thick on this one.
Getting asked about Mobileye.
Nothing new on this either.
And Mobileye, I would say, it still looks like it could end up going lower. My thought would be there could be some support around 12.15. What's interesting is that we're kind of trading. The market is compressing ever since the price got down here. We've been kind of whipping around since September, but we've been making lower highs and higher lows. So we're in a bit of a compression element here, and you kind of get a triangle out of this. So I'd be looking for a test of this triangle down around 12.15, where the bottom of this that triangle is, and we just want to see a reversal off of that level. Otherwise, if we break beneath this, then probably ends up going to 10 or lower.
Just a quick look at the heat map here. Healthcare and consumer staples, really the only pockets of green here that I see. Jane, I know you were saying utilities are cranking here. There are a couple that are pretty deep green, but that utility is still pretty mixed. Healthcare, consumer staples, the two sectors outperforming here today. Tech really taking it on the chin.
Yeah, BTAI losing that trend line, and it's looking like it's trading underneath the 65 EMA. This is not what we wanted to see if we were going to get some more upside. This is probably finished for now.
I lost track of time. Any closing words? Words for the group here?
Folks, have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy Anne-Marie. She's coming up next. Have a great time. I'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye, everybody. Take care.
13, why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself?
Oh, tell me.
It was too tired.
Okay.
Take care of yourself, 13. We'll see you next week. Have a good one. Really good stuff here today. 13's departure leaves room for Anne-Marie Band. Anne-Marie, happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you. I just want to know where you get the dad jokes.
Well, I'm kind of cringy and corny myself, but this is not right. Producer, what is going on? Producer, help us. Okay, Emery. Oh my heavens to Betsy. Okay. To change one thing here and I start screwing up. Thank you, producer. Anyway, so I enjoy a good cringy joke myself, but I am blessed working for the greatest company in the world because on Friday, a lot of the times we tell dad jokes to each other to close out the week. So I have a repository of good ones.
Okay, hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
All right, Emery, how about we get back to making some sense here? What do you got for us here today? This looks like a sea of red.
Yeah, so a couple of things to share with you because I look at volume analysis a lot, especially in the futures market. Yesterday, we had aggressive institutional selling. And when we close a day with aggressive institutional selling, when the pre-market opens, it has a tendency to continue. And if in the first 15 minutes of the regular trading day, we don't move upward and hold, the price action continues to collapse in the direction of downward motion. So we've got ourselves a little bit of institutional selling. Listen, we had a jobs number that was not pretty, and they revised 2 before that. So we have all of that going on. And so we're going to recalibrate. People are going to take some profit. They're going to rotate. We can't, freak out about those things, but we are coming pretty close to some support floors. And my suspicion is that we bounce into those old selling levels. So
Okay.
I do not have any, I just walked right meeting after meeting this morning. So I don't have anything prepped, but as you know, I work very well on the fly and love listening from anyone. So
Okay. I have an idea here.
Yeah.
Here's the earnings calendar for next week.
Ooh,
Since we're together here on a Friday,
Yeah.
maybe we can take a look at this calendar. Thank you, producer, by the way, who's just doing everything he can to save me from butchering this whole thing. Maybe we should take a look at some of these companies for next week and maybe set up some trades on these.
Perfect.
Okay. Now, do
Yeah.
you want to do ones that report earlier in the week, later in the week? How do you want to go about this?
How about we do ones that might report Monday and Tuesday pre-market, Monday
Okay.
all day, Tuesday pre-market, so that when I come on Tuesday, we can talk about Wednesday, Thursday, and
Okay.
so on. What do
Okay,
you
so here's what I'm looking at. Just from looking at this chart, my suggestion here, we're going to stick with your Monday morning. I think we should do ticker TSN, Tyson Foods. That's probably the biggest one that I see there on Monday morning. Monday after the close, we have Palantir. Maybe we want to take a stab at that.
Yes, of course.
And then Tuesday morning in the pre-market, we've got Duke Energy, Marriott, Pfizer, CAT, and BP. I think those are probably going to give us the most liquid option chains.
Okay, MAR, CAT. Okay. So we have TSN, Palantir, Duke, Marriott, and CAT. Did I miss one?
No, that's 5 of them. I tried to give you more than we can handle here today, so that should be enough.
Awesome. Okay. So first things first, let's take a look at Tyson. Whoa. That looks like a terrible chart anyway. Holy smokes. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see what they've done the last few sessions. So it gapped down for a few days and then turned around. Second time, it gapped up for a few days and then gave it all back. This one doesn't really gap, keeps us in a range. This one gaps down and then heads lower. Feels like their numbers are looking pretty crummy overall. Let's see what institutional formations look like. So we do that. We check the weekly to do that. And what we can see is, okay, what just happened here? Okay, so what we can see is that we are getting pretty close to support structures. Well, pretty close, not really. 20% away from support structures. And the chart looks not too friendly, to be honest. We've got a little bit of negative rotation, pretty likely. Let's look at a bearish trade here, and let's see what else. Sorry, performance problem. It's just showing me. Crutzicles. Okay. If we're staring this down, we're going to look at old resistance that looks like about, oh, for the love of Pete. What is
And I'm
this
looking
number?
at the time at the top of your platform, and it's adjusting every 3 seconds.
Oh, gee. All right. Where is that stupid little cleanup thing? Is it
That is in the
setup?
help tab and the system sub tab.
Help. Let's see what we got. Help.
System sub tab. There's your collect
Collect
garbage button. Hopefully
garbage.
this helps us. Actually, it does look like that helped. Well, I'll be damned.
All right. Well, here we go.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we're staring down this area at around 55. That looks like resistance. We can do a couple of different things there. If this is we've got August. And so, wow, traders are probably selling premium there. So we've got a 50 to 45 support leg for 15 days. But my thought would be we go to September, since we've got bearish structures anyway, and easy breezy, we can choose the 4750s. If you're like, I don't want to do any spreads, please, Anne Marie, don't kill me with the spreads. But, you know, it would have to lose 47 easily for us to make money there. And so I would say, of course, no surprise, I would say, no, I don't want to do that. I would do the 50 45 put spread. It gives us a month and some change. We already have bearish seasonality that's ahead, and our break even is at the break of $49, and it looks like the target region is about 47.50. So we've got some pretty good updraft. See, our seasonality puts us into September the 22nd or so. That gives us the pullback into these bearish formations. So that's what I would suggest. If per happenstance you say to yourself, you know, I don't know about you, but I like a lot of chicken. I eat a lot of chicken. And so you're going to go, that's what Tyson cooks, right? I mean, that's
Yeah, they're a protein producer.
Okay.
They're known for their chicken. Yeah, and I do eat chicken, but I don't eat Tyson chicken.
All right. So then you can say, you know, I'm going to buy the 52.50 spread, but to me, folks, that looks really expensive. I mean, I just don't like it. I would say maybe, well, if it were me, I would be doing a back ratio. But if you're saying to yourself, hey, what gives on the back ratio? Here's the storyboard. If it stays at 52.50, you're just fine. If it accelerates, oh, you know what? Let's see if September is better to us. This might be the better one to do. If we do September 50, we buy 150, we buy one of the 150s, we sell two of the 52.50s. As long as price action stays below 52.50, we've got a credit spread. It gives us $30 to get in there. And now it's 45. It uses $1,200 of margin, something like that. If it goes to 52.50 and holds, we make the $250 to the upside plus our $35 credit. So, you know, $285. If it goes above 52.50, then, you know, you're going to have to manage that. And certainly if it blows the cover off the ball, then that would be a very bad trade. For August, the 52.50 only gives us a nickel, but if you don't want to hold something for a whole month, there's an option right there. So that's the one for Tyson. Let's take a look at Palantir. That's going to be pretty important.
Okay. And then after Palantir, the chat here is suggesting HIMS, which I didn't list there, unfortunately. They do report Tuesday morning. So maybe HIMS and Palantir is what we should wrap this up with.
Okay. So the trades that I have in Palantir right now, we don't have this one anymore. All right, let's take a look. This chart has got a very sideways seasonality number. So let's take a look at the images again. Come on.
Is this a MacBook Pro or a MacBook Air? Just out of curiosity.
It's an Air.
Okay.
It's an Air, but I've had recent problems that are, I don't know what's running in the background here. It never really used to give me this issue, and now I get it pretty regularly, and I probably need to do a defrag and a cleanup. So I think I'll do that this weekend.
And Anne-Marie, I personally view you as a professional. So I think the next time around, it might be time for Anne-Marie to go to MacBook Pro instead of Air.
Yeah, you know what? I had a Pro, and I still have it as one of my other machines. This one's just light.
Yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah,
the Apple Air form factor, people love it.
Yeah. So this one is actually showing a pretty good dip into September and into August. And so we will do a double butterfly here in case these guys, hit the cover off the ball. And so let's take a look at what we might be staring down if we've got bullish action. It could move sizably.
Mm-hmm.
If it has bearish action, our weekly formation, let's see where weekly support is sitting. Weekly support is down here at the 135 area. So let's have a peek. So we have close this out here. All right. So what we're staring down here is 88% implied vol. They are pricing in a $20 move. So if we say, all right, what if it's 10? Now, you and I have talked about this. We're seeing a lot of option sellers winning the game. And so let's see if we do a butterfly, the 155 to 165 to 175. Let's see what that looks like. Come on, Sally. Yes. There we go. $1.43 for $1,000 upside. So $145 for $1,000 upside. And for the same thing, we do a $10 move to the downside. It'll make our all right, let's do no, it won't give us that. Hang on. I want to make the numbers easy for us to look at.
Okay.
So we've got 150 to 140 to 130. A lot of volume sitting up in those edges. And so this gives us a total of drum roll, please.
$1.34.
$1.34. And so not bad. If it falls inside of this range where option sellers are the winners, these butterflies are going to do well. Now, if it is an expansion zone, these could get blown out very quickly. And we know it's got a little bit of negative drift on the horizon. So, my thought would be, what's wrong with positioning after?
Right? So you
Right?
don't necessarily see an edge for Palantir ahead of the print. You'd rather just trade this after.
I would.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go. So you know what? Then maybe we can follow up on Palantir on Tuesday because they'll already have their earnings reported. But let's take a look at HIMS while we still have some time.
Perfect. And we actually have a HIMS trade in the Benzinga Pro platform for the traders. And so let's peek at that one. HIMS is an interesting one. They're sort of a little bit of a crapshoot in terms of what might be coming about. We put on this double butterfly here for these guys. We put it on last week, and those were the prices that we paid. Really cheap, 26 cents. Oh, maybe they moved around a little bit, but 26 cents on the put side because of the big negative pressure that we think we might see. And then the call side, 47 cents. So these are really pretty cheap for a two-way conversation. And so let's take a peek at the chart again, make sure that I'm still looking at the right thing, but I'll call those strikes out for us if we don't have to shift them. Yeah, easily topping. Yeah, I still like these numbers. I still like these numbers. We could have ourselves a drift down because the price action does appear to be sideways in general. So for me, if you want to look at these in a little more expensive way, right? So you might go, hey, 52 is kind of far away. Listen, they're pricing $15 into the move.
Yeah.
So a lot of volatility. My thought is, I don't think it's going to be upside volatility at all. That being said, there are a lot of hims/hers advertising going on all over the place. And so I don't know if their advertising leg is giving them a general push to the upside. If that's the case, and you're thinking, all right, let's see if they do give us half that size in the move, we could easily look at, this is making me crazy.
I know. Yeah. I'm going to give you a link to also test your internet speed. We're going to figure out exactly what's going on here.
So you could do see how expensive these chains are? I mean, they are really expensive. And so if you're thinking there's going to be some sort of savage move to the upside, you could do a 70, let's see. You could do a 70, 95. No, not even. You could do a 70 call. That's pretty cheap. And you could do it in a spread. You could do the 70, 75 call if you're so inclined, if you think it's going to move, if you are bullish on HIMS on your own, that is not that expensive. A lot of volume sitting in those two areas, if you'll notice. So, and it's only $1.18 in terms of what you think the chart might do. I'm not bullish on this one, but that's my thought there.
Okay. I think we got time for one more.
We do. What do we want to do?
Let me go. Let me pull that up again here. I
Yeah,
forgot
we
the
have
list I gave you.
We have Duke, Marriott, and
Cat.
Caterpillar.
Why don't we do Caterpillar?
Okay. Cat. So, the question here for Caterpillar is, in the current backdrop, what do we expect for industrials? My thought is that they're going to run with the rest of the market, which has a general downward drift over the next little bit. This is not a bullish candlestick, right? Falling back in last week's range. If we go here and we take a look at the daily chart, we can see that we've gapped down into a space and we sort of lollygag around this 400 area into into the end of August, beginning of September, where we end up turning around. So that seems pretty interesting. So let's say you're bullish on this one and you're thinking to yourself, hey, I definitely want to do something. If you're bullish longer term, then, you're looking at a nice trade. For me, because it's going into earnings, I'd be staring down the iron condor.
Okay.
And trying to take a piece of it off into the support structure, which looks like about 410 to 400. So I'm going to pick the big fat round number. See, and now all of a sudden it's back to its normal self. So how bizarre is this chart? I think it might be internet woes, because honestly, that's just what it feels like.
Yeah, and we'll know. I sent you that link to the speed test. We'll figure that out today.
Yeah. And so we can look at, the 500 doesn't give us any premium. The 450 gives us a fair bit of premium. 450 to 460. Wow, that's almost half the size of the spread. And so what you're looking for is volatility crush and price action that keeps us in this zone, which I think is very, very likely. If you say, hey, I want to take an earnings trade, listen, I have not been taking a lot of earnings trades simply because I've been seeing what volatility's been doing, how some things have just absolutely blown the cover off the ball, and others are just, giving up the ghost and staying sideways. But if you are so inclined to do this sort of thing, that 415 is a support zone to 410 if you're bearish or you want to take seasonality. If you want to do the call side, you can go, where is everybody sitting? You can go 435 to 440. That's $2. You can pick one or the other. I definitely would not pick both. And of course, if you're me, I'm always going to go for, I'm always going to go for the back ratio, because I don't mind using the premium. And I think the chart's going to be a little wiggly anyway. And so I wouldn't mind doing a back ratio on both sides of these. Just maybe that's a lot of premium. So, I might do the 440, 445 back ratio. and that gives me $3. I think it's a lot safer.
Okay.
Some of us don't dig that, but I mean, I like to trade it because it's been paying. So that's my thought there.
Okay. That's what
Yeah.
we'll do for Cat.
Yeah.
All right, let me see here real quick. I know we don't take care of yourself, Zach. Have a great weekend. Really good stuff here this week. Okay, Sandra's here. Sandra, would you like a couple of extra minutes? Can I get a thumbs up? Okay, so we're good. So Emery, I don't think we have enough time, so let's go ahead and say goodbye for this week. But let's not lose sight of next week, because I think it's going to be important, and I think we're going to have a couple of good trades to come up with next week.
Yeah,
so Emery, thanks for everything this week, from the nighttime webinars to the morning shows. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you next week, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, that is Anne-Marie Band, folks. Really good stuff here this week. We're going to close the week out strong. Let's go ahead and bring on Sandy, see how she's doing. Sandy, how are you this morning?
Good morning. Good. How are you guys doing?
We've been doing all right. A lot of stuff going on here, but that's okay. That's been good for us, and we're doing our best to make sense of it. What do you got coming up here for us?
Well, we're going to talk about some of the sectors that are getting some flow, which is healthcare, which is typical when we have kind of a downdraft in the market. Looking at bonds too. We'll take a look at TLT and then some other consumer staples. So
okay, perfect. Sounds like you
to see what we can get into defensively.
Okay, I like it. It sounds like you got a loaded show coming up. Options trading made simple with Sandy starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
How's everybody doing today? It's morning here in Southern California. That's where I'm at. Hey, let's take a look at the VIX really quick. The VIX of fear gauge, right? Going opposite of what the market's doing. The fear gauge actually allows us to kind of see when people are starting to take their money out of the market and when they're probably putting that money into more defensive stances. People will go into bonds, right? Because they can get a guaranteed rate. Or they might start looking at consumer staples. Why consumer staples? Well, regardless of what's happening in either our micro environment or our macro, right? When people start fearing that their investment could be put at risk, they take their money out of the market, or they kind of move their money into sectors that benefit from a downdraft in the market. And so regardless of what's happening in our macroeconomics, right? If people start losing jobs, if, interest rates, as an example, don't go down, but they go up, people start to fear that money is really, really tight. But what do people always need to buy? Well, they need to buy food. They need to buy gas for their cars, utilities, electricity for their cars as well. As well as, personal discretionary items, right? I need to brush my teeth every day. I need to wash my hair. These are the times that this is like Procter and Gamble, right? Or cereal for the kids. And so when you start to see that, people are taking their money out of the market like today, let's take a look at this. Now, by the way, before we get off of the VIX chart, you can see that you can actually identify the fear gauge as a regular chart. So as we look at it on a daily, you can see that the VIX actually spiked up all the way to 2178. Now, industry standard indicates that, hey, look, when the VIX is over 20, there's excessive fear in the market. So 20 is that key level. Could you set an alert? Could you put on a trade like a short trade, right? Buying puts as an example. When the VIX hits 20 or above, absolutely you can do that. Why do I talk about automation? Well, if you guys don't know, I teach automation not only on platforms that you traditionally use like Thinkorswim or IBKR, but also, I really like researching out third-party software that have trading bots. This is great for premium sellers. You could kind of set your rules, and you can do that as well, by the way, on your existing platform and automate your trades. And that's what we do each and every weekend. We automate our swing trades on the weekend and let them play out. Now, what are we looking for in automation? And almost as any retail trader looks for is trend, right? We're looking to take advantage of a trend. And what do we have today? Now with the VIX over 20, let's take a look at SPY. Should this be a surprise? I say no, it's not a surprise. Couple reasons why is because, we were at resistance and we were just consolidating at resistance, right? And you can see where this is this week's projected move from the market makers. So the market makers already on your platforms identify what that weekly move is going to be for any ticker out there. And then in the middle, what I've done is created basically an indicator that is taking that information. Let me show you where that information is located. That information is located on your trade tab, and you would just go right over here. So these are the expected moves, right, for each and every expiration date. So this is really helpful when you start thinking about your expectations of profit, right? So this is a way to keep you grounded when you take a look at a chart and recognize that the market makers have this dialed in. And so they can really identify what expected moves are for. Now, when they're calculating these expected moves, though, and they're including volatility, by the way, what they're not including is a momentary tweet or some sort of law that just got passed. Or so you have these catalysts, these news events that pop up, right? And these tweets, these fights that we're having with tariffs, war on the brink, tsunamis coming in. So all of these little pieces of news actually create catalysts for the market. And so when we kind of think about that, we could go, oh, okay, so the market makers are preparing a specific move, but there could be a tweet that, could double that move, right? Without a moment's notice. So as we start to just identify our expectations of profit or loss on a trade, this is a great place to be because you can actually kind of take a look at that. But when we look at SPY on a daily chart and we look at this week's expected move, you could see last week's. Now, typically speaking, the way this projects is that if we break above a weekly expected move, then it's a higher probability that we're going to continue to keep moving until, of course, we're hitting really important resistance zones. And we did actually kind of hit an important resistance zone, and we just started to consolidate. And after consolidation is always accumulation, which means we're going to be breaking above and going to a higher high, or distribution, we're going to break down lower. Now, in this indicator, it gives me a point of control, and point of control is really just the middle of the high and the low, right? So if you break above that point of control going higher, then higher probabilities that you're going to hit the weekly expected move to the upside. If you are, as you can see this week, we just kind of stayed on it. It was kind of a fake out, right? We hit it, stayed on it, hit it, stayed on it, went down a little bit yesterday. And now you can see today, or excuse me, this was day before yesterday, and then of course today. And what else are we doing? Well, we're breaking below. Typically speaking, we will always do a reversion to the mean trade back to the 20. I love the 20. It's easy for me to identify a trend as well as a reversion to the mean. But today we actually broke it, right? So that 20 was at 626.87, and that too is where it's exactly where the expected move low was for the week. So I love looking at an indicator coupled with a completely different indicator that has nothing to do with one another, and see the confluence, right? It's visually giving you evidence that, oh, wait a minute. We've consolidated. We never broke above that point of control and stayed above that point of control. And basically we hit resistance and now we're coming down, whether the catalyst be overnight news. But we were due for something here. So as we see our first real daily candle moving below that 20, you can see that if we take a look back, we don't really move below that 22 often. This was a big catalyst here. But really, we move and we come back up, and then we've been going on an uptrend ever since April 23. So really in an uptrend, and now we're looking, and you look at our momentum, by the way, on a daily, right? Very small blips down to the 20. If you take a look at these, and this one, we're breaking through the 20. We're also breaking through that choppy zone. So typically speaking, when you look at your CCI indicator or any momentum indicator, and you can identify that we've broken below that 100 mark, then you're really starting to see a trend evolve, whether it be to the upside or the downside. Here you could see that we're breaking below on momentum, right? And why is momentum so important? Momentum drives price. So if momentum is driving the price, then we have to look at momentum and go, okay, do we have more room to run? Absolutely, we do. And so as I take a look at the chart here, I can actually see a vertical trend line. That's that white dotted line. It's around that 623.89 mark. Okay, 623.89, and we're below it. If we stay below it, you can see that our weekly expected move is already attempting to calculate next week, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the calculation. We have to see when we close. So at the close of today's market, this excuse me, indicator will calculate and will show you where point of control is, where the high is for next week, and where the low is. What can this tell us right now, though, based on today's movement? Well, it shows you that next week's movement for the market is actually predicting lower. And you can see where we were consolidating. And I'm looking at this indicator right here, guys, okay? And so if you look at this indicator, you can see that the market makers actually expected a little bit more upside. And what did we do this week? We actually broke below the lower end. So if we don't pop up before the close at about, it looks like that's about 627, 627.50. It's $5 above. Could we have a little squeeze later this afternoon? Sure, we could. We'll have to see what takes place. But you can see, I don't know if you can see that little dotted line right there, but that little dotted line is support right at 622, and it looks like 620, maybe 623. Make it 623. We have little support right at 623. If we break through below that 623 and we stay below it, then all of a sudden, right, our next level is going to be the last pivot high, which is at 613. That's a huge move for next week. And you could see where the market makers are actually saying, hey, the high for next week is at 633, $10 above us, by the way. Our point of control is around 622. And then our low for next week is around 610. 610, guys. All right. So as we kind of take a look of the expected moves for the market, we say, well, wait a minute, what are people getting into? Well, if we take a look at this basically hotspot here, we can kind of see where the money is leaving all the big tech names, right? And what's it going into? Look at how healthcare is a bit green, and you got consumer staples. We all need healthcare. We all need our prescriptions, regardless of what's happening in the market or where I move my money. We all need food and regular items that we need day to day to take care of ourselves, as well as groceries, right? And so this is where it is. And you can see that utilities are heating up a little bit down here. Why? Because we all need utilities too. So these are kind of like staples that you could identify with on either a macro or a micro level, whether it's in your home and you don't have a lot of cash, or it's out in the environment. So as we take a look at that, I talked about people rushing possibly into bonds, a safe haven, right? So let's take a look at TLT and what it's doing today. TLT, nice big green engulfing candle. We were already rising, guys. If you were paying attention to bonds, they say that bonds is where the smart money goes. It can kind of foretell, just like the VIX can kind of foretell for you, kind of a pre-look into what's happening in the environment. But when you see bonds rise, you could expect to see the market kind of either consolidate or go lower. Because this is where people pull their money and actually put it in there for kind of a safe haven, but to try to earn a better than an interest rate at a bank. So hopefully that makes sense. You can see our indicator identified a long call at 86.52. You can see the market makers move here for next week, approximately 88.86, $2 more, right? Point of control is going to be wherever we close today. And then, of course, the low is going to be at 86.49, right? Because a tweet could change all the chart analysis. By the way, speaking of chart analysis, I hope you enjoyed Coach Paulo. He's one of our coaches at tradingmadesimple.org, and he does our morning show, live trading and training. So hopefully the last couple weeks you really enjoyed his analysis. He loves looking at dark pool levels for support and resistance, as well as just an overview market with very specific support and resistance zones that you can keep your eye on, so that as soon as you know that's been breached, we may have a trend change, right? Because that's what it's all about. And you can see how bonds was kind of telling us something as we were breaking above that downtrending vertical line here. We were kind of caught in this triangle pattern, and we were just consolidating. Bonds were consolidating. And then you can see here on 729, we popped above it and we stayed above it. And so that could have been an early warning sign for you. So if you haven't looked at TLT lately, kind of keep it in your peripheral, just like I keep a DIX on my screen, because I want to know where VIX is going. I want to see what the fear gauge is. Now, it was higher this morning and it's going lower. So if we look at a smaller time chart for TLT, you can see that ever since the open, we gapped up. We have a gap up here, but we're just consolidating sideways. We have hit resistance for TLT. You know, not everything can go up in a straight line or down in a straight line. So as you look at SPY, could SPY do a reversion to the mean? Absolutely. If we take a look at that 15-minute, look how the 20, the confluence with the 20, we got three completely different indicators. We have the 20 EMA on a 15-minute chart. We have the market makers low sitting right there. And we also have the trend pivot line, which basically from pivot points is drawing a vertical trend line to show you where that's at. They all kind of converge right here at 627.17. Could you say, hey, we get a trend change above this level? Absolutely. Could you do a long call? I would actually right now, because the VIX is high today. I want you to think about the VIX and think to yourself, if the VIX is high, then so is option pricing. So what you may want to do, which is a better strategy, is take a debit spread or a credit spread, something that you can profit from, but while you're selling options. Because as the VIX rises, option pricing to buy options rise. But if you sell options, you're going to get a really good premium for selling. And what's a debit spread do? Well, as an example, if you were thinking about a bullish trade, it would be a call debit spread. You're buying a call and selling a call. So because you're buying a call and it's a bit expensive because the VIX is high today, because you're selling a call, you're making some good premium there. It offsets, right? It offsets that option pricing for buyers right now is really expensive. So I want you to take a look at that. And think about that over the weekend as you're thinking about your calls and your puts. Just recognize that option pricing is way more expensive when the VIX is higher. And by using either a debit spread or a credit spread, some sort of spread where you're actually selling premium, which means that you're selling options, right? You'll be able to capitalize on that part of the equation, basically saving yourself some money, but still, as an example, wanting to go long instead of buying a call where gosh, if we contract, if VIX contracts on Monday or over the weekend, and we open up on Monday with the VIX being lower, which means the market is tending to move higher, what is that going to do to your option price that you just bought today? It's as if you went into Walmart or Kmart, some discounted store, and bought something and decided you didn't need it and you wanted to turn around and sell it. But as the VIX crushes, right, so does option pricing. So now as a seller, you wanting to sell something, or excuse me, when you bought something and the VIX is high, it's expensive. And then when you go to sell it and the VIX is lower, then option prices is cheaper. So you just want to keep that in mind. You really want VIX to be high as an option premium seller. And that's what today is all about. That's why a lot of people right now are selling options, because they can get a really good premium, right? They can get a really good price because they know that. But if you're typically an option buyer and you don't know this information, this is great info that you can research and look at, and then start to utilize other strategies that can help capitalize on these types of movements. What else could we take a look at? Well, we could take a look at VXY. This is actually a VIX short of futures. It's an ETF that kind of monitors the VIX futures, not the VIX regular chart. And you can actually get into something like this as well, basically going long in this situation, because you're really looking at doing the opposite of what the market's doing. What else did I see a lot of option flow? I love using option flow just to kind of see where, the institutional money is going in. I think it could really help you kind of just identify what they're looking at. I saw some institution flow going in, actually getting out of. These are all puts, by the way, right? I want to go with the market's direction overall. And so as we look at the market went down today. We have a lot of, let's take a look at the daily candle on this. You can see that actually Avis going down the last couple days, and still in a downtrend. We're hitting some support here on a daily, but just today, even though we're at 164.74 right now for the stock price, we have institutions that are buying puts. They're buying 145 puts all the way out to September of 2025. So about a month for your expiration, and then the strike price at 145. So gosh, they're really looking for right about here. Okay. So as we look at that, do we see some more downtrend? And as we look at momentum and we take a look and see that, momentum hit that 200 line, you could see it kind of popping up. I'm looking to see how this reacts next week. We're below the 20, that is bearish. And so looking for a continuation of that bearish move based on option flow, right? You can see we have some buying coming in into the market right now. Always good, by the way, to do your trades last 30 minutes of the day if you're able to program that. And by the way, if you know automation skills, you'll be able to program that. So as we look at CAR 145, let's take a look at the pricing, by the way. So as an example, I was just talking about credit spreads and debit spreads. So let me just show you if you're not familiar with it. Right over here on Thinkorswim, you can hit a vertical. And that basically is just another strategy name for a debit spread. And it's just saying that you're going to be buying and or you can be selling, right? All at the same time. So in this scenario where I say a debit spread, I'm actually buying a call and selling a call. And so if you wanted, as an example, to capitalize on the puts, you could go all the way down to the 140. Here's the 145, 146, and you could be buying, right? The only problem is as I look, let's take a look at that. So as I look at the option chain, now this is just for a week out, but let's take a look and see what the institutions are doing. They're going all the way to September 25. So let's do that as well and take a look and see what they're looking at. September 25, let's see. Do I have that right? Here we go. I think it's September 19, actually. So as we take a look at September 19, let's take a look at the, I always like to look at the volume, and I like to look at open interest. And you can see that the 145s, they actually have the highest open interest here, as well as the highest volume. Now, this is really important, guys, as you take a look at this. The only thing I don't like about CAR right now is that the volume in this ticker is only at 436,000. So I really would like an option where the volume is over 1 million to get into. And so this, oftentimes some of these stocks, they don't get a lot of volume, But what ends up happening is it takes all day for that volume to build. So the volume is not just there. So really, it's really important then, as you take a look at the volume, you make sure that you have at least 100 contracts, either in the volume or the open interest. Because if you're looking at, something where, you can see how wide that spread is, right? That's a danger zone too. As you take a look at this, is you see how wide the spread is, and you'll notice that this strike right here that has the most volume and the most open interest, you could see that the spread is not as wide as the other spread trades here. So just because of that, I'm not gonna get into CAR, even though I think that the institutions know what they're doing. I don't like it as a retail trader because it doesn't have over 1 million, and I don't like how wide the spread is. And you can actually see that better, right, on a single. Don't put it on a spread, but just look at it as a single call or put, and you can see what the spread is. So as an example, for a 160 put, you could see that to buy it, it's 1,000, right? $10. It's at 10.10, and look at a 940. Now let me show you the difference really quick if you haven't really looked at this before. If we were to take a look at the same expiration and go over to SPY here, you could see that the spread is 1282 to 1288. You're looking at a 4 cent, right? $4 in an option, right? Spread versus what we just took a look at, which was way more. And then you can also see the volume up 53 million, right? So we have a lot of flow in here. So that's really important too, is to take a look at that. The next thing we got is I wanted to take a look at PanW. So let's take a look at PanW. This too was option flow for puts. This was actually a strike price of 167.50, 167.50 with an August 25 expiration. So let's take a look at August of 25 and then look at the 167.50. So this may be in the wrong, I think I may have written down the wrong strike. So as we take a look at this, let's take a look at the 165 put here. And the spread's not, well, it's 20. We still have 7. Let's make sure we're on a single. Yeah, you can see it. So still about $20, $30, guys. That's still like a really wide spread. Interesting how Palo Alto Networks right here doing relatively well. Let's take a look at that chart. On a daily, big 3 engulfing candles, but look at today. Hardly moved today on a big down day. So as we take a look at this, we don't even have a gap here. So yesterday and the day before, big moves on PanW. Actually looks like it's rising, but institutions are still looking at around the 162 level, guys. So I would keep my eye on the volume as well as the contracts. Get into it when you see that the spread's a little lower. Spread's just a little wide today. And then FDX, let's take a look at that one. So we did gap down below today. Momentum is still low, coming back up to the 0 line. This could come up and then just, fail, basically. Fail momentum and come right back down. The institutions, let's take a look at this on a daily. Ooh, it's been going down for 3 days, a big engulfing candles here. So you could see that it did a double top on resistance. Momentum is low. And passing that 100 line, really showing increased momentum here. Minus $5 today. Looks good, actually. So what do we have here? 210. They're looking for 210. Wow, they're looking for this to go lower. Let's take a look and see when that's... we're looking at 12.19. Let's take a look at 12.19. So this is a long-term play. Let's see. Market Makers has plus or minus $36. So they're actually just looking for that 210 put. Let's take a look at that. 210 put right here. $30, 215 contracts. And that volume, it's lower than 1 million. So even though you have institutions, right, that are building a position in this, you really, as a retail trader, want to make sure that, when you're looking at this to either enter or exit, that you have over 1 million as well as at least, and that's minimum. And that definitely fits the bill here for the 210 put, right? definitely fits the bill. We got about a $30 spread here. It's not my favorite. And the reason why we have this wide spread is because we don't have a lot of volume here. So I would just make sure you take a look at that. I was looking at those thinking maybe we had something good, but now that I do a deeper dive, I don't like it. Let's take a look at Walmart right now. Walmart, right? One of the consumer staples that we were talking about, discretionary products here. And you can see that we're on a day chart coming right into that vertical trend line, guys. So you could easily say, hey, look, if we break above that, call it 99, we're at 98.90 right now. So you could do an automated trade here that says, hey, if I break above uh, $99 in Walmart, I want to go for a long call. How could we just do that and program that in? Well, real simply, if you wanted to, we said $99, you would go to the trade tab and let's take this for just a week out and say, hey, if we go above that 99, you could see that the spread, let's talk about the spread. We got volume over almost to 6 million. The spread is 93 cents to 95 cents. That's 2 cents, which is $2. How could we just say, hey, I want to buy a 99 call if we break 99? Well, you could just pull up your contract that you want and then go over to your gear icon. And as you can see, it brings up this menu. And all you have to do is just click underneath this box. If I didn't show you that there was a highlighted area, you wouldn't even know. So you're going to go, as we click, it just defaults to Walmart. It defaults to Mark. It defaults to the first trigger, which is less than or equal to. The second one is greater than or equal to. You could look right down here where it says security is greater or equal to. That's what we want. We want $99 because we're using the stock price to get into this option contract. Because we're using a stock price to get into an option contract, we have to come over here to the upside now, say this is good to cancel because I don't know when this is going to trigger. And then we want to say, hey, look, I'm willing to buy this contract at ask, but I'm not going to give them any more money to buy this contract. So buying the ask is like one level below market. If you take a market order, it's an expensive order to get in, but you're immediately filled. If you buy the ask or sell the bid, you're just being an aggressive buyer or seller, but just below the market price, right? And then the mark is in between the two prices. So you get to then experience by utilizing this, especially on a simulated platform, to see, what fills you get. Now, I have to tell you, on a simulated platform, it's really you get the best fills anyway. So I would definitely, if you're just practicing with this, try this on a real platform to see the different fills that you get, whether it be market, the bid or ask, and for buying, it's going to be ask. For selling, it's bid, and then you have the mark. So as we see this limit, not giving in any more, we're going to give them the ask price, and we save this. And then as you can see on the confirmation dialog, hey, buy me a 99 call when the mark is at or above $99. And that is how you just send that in and we're good to go. So whether this, now I can just leave the computer, right? I don't have to stay here. I don't have to sit here and manually watch the computers all day. And I love that. You could do the same by taking your profit as well as your stop loss. All right, guys, great to be here. tradingmadesimple.org, and I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.